Welcome to USA Global TV and Radio, where our mission is to provide education, entertainment, hope, and inspiration. USA Global TV and Radio connects you with experts and audiences all around the world every single day to help you succeed in business and to live a richer life. Visit us at usaglobaltv.com to learn about career and life-changing training and mentoring programs like the Listening Mentor. Subscribe to our newsletter to stay informed about our special programs and offers. Discover how you can become a guest on one of our shows or a host or producer of a USA Global TV and Radio show of your very own. That's USA Global TV and Radio, where the doctor is always in.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to part 2 of the reunion show here at USA Global TV and Radio. This is one of the incredible events that we host 2 or 3 times a year to really spotlight our VIP members, team members, guests, sponsors, and the opportunity for you, our audience, to learn more about them and how they can bring value to your life. I'm Dr. JACALYN KERBECK, and it's my pleasure and privilege to host this show along with my dear friend. I've learned so much from her. Just yesterday, she brought some incredible nuggets forward as well. Her name is Dr. Madalene Chan, and she's in London. She is a soul heart awakener, and she is a coach who will actually help you find your purpose. She's also a vocal coach, and she also is an expert when it comes to helping you take what's inside of you and put it into song. She's a novelist, and she and I have written a few books together. Let's welcome Dr. Madalene Chan. Hello.
Hello, Dr. JACALYN. What a lovely, warm welcome introduction that was. Beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you. It's so good to see you. As I mentioned, you're always coming forth with amazing ideas. And I don't know where, I know you get the downloads. I see when you're doing your talking head expert presenter show that you're like, I'm getting downloads, and we'll keep them coming.
This is it. This is how we're supposed to be, in the flow. And wow, haven't we got an exciting show today? Haven't we got, I mean,
we do. We've got some amazing people here. And by the way, part 1 was the other day. People can see that on our YouTube channel. And I'd love to have people go and subscribe, because we're on a mission to get to 100,000 subscribers. So we'll be putting that link up later. So
we will. 100K. 100K.
Yay, 100,000. You are going to be presenting at the end of our show, as I am. So thank you so much for doing that. And you'll be co-hosting and actually hosting part of it with me. So thank you. We have our first guest, who, this is a crazy story, but she and I were working together for a while, and then we went our separate ways, and then we came back together. And I think so much of her. Her name is Megan Sandwick, and she's a productivity coach, expert. Also, when it comes to cybersecurity, I could go on and on. But she actually helped me realize how unorganized I was, and how that mindset of you can do everything yourself is not one that really is effective. So she helped me get all of my P's and Q's and my ducks in order. And I asked her to be here today for the first presentation because I think all of us can benefit from learning how to be more productive. And she's going to share some tips that she's garnished, that she works with her clients for decades. Let's welcome Megan Sandwick to the program. Hello.
Hi, Megan.
Hey, Dr. Madeline, how are you? Hey, Dr. Jacqueline, so good to see you. It just warms my heart to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Where are you joining us from today?
Well, since May 15th, I have been traveling and wandering. I happen to be in Clovis, California today, and I'm going back home up to Cobb Mountain next Tuesday. So I spent the last month at the beach and in Nebraska and in Clovis. So it's been a really good time.
You are sort of living life on your own terms. Would that be correct?
That would be correct. That is my goal. Absolutely. I went nomad last September. So I moved out of my house, put my things in storage, and I have been living. I did a project up on a mountain over the winter on 48 acres. I project managed some enhancements and projects. And so, yeah, it's been amazing.
Well, I'm so happy that you're here. And I know it's dark 100 over there. So thank you for leading us off. I just thought this was the best way to lead off this incredible show. So Megan, we're going to leave it to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so my goal right now is to get my presentation up. I bet we can do this. What do you all think? And I think my presentation is now up. And so I'm going to go into present mode. Sorry that this doesn't look as professional as I would like, but we are now in present mode. So I would like to start just by saying hi to everybody. My name is Megan. I am, as Dr. Jacqueline said, I am your very favorite strategic productivity partner. I work with people on productivity habits, processes, systems, automations, and most important, mindset. It's last not because it's the least important. It's last because it's what keeps it all together. One thing people ask me about, how can I be more productive? What to-do list can I use? What calendar can I use? And here's what I want everyone to remember. Your productivity habits are all about you. Productivity is the one place where you can be 100% selfish when it comes to you and what you're doing. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. But as Dr. Jacqueline said, I am a strategic productivity partner. I've been doing this for about 10 years, and I'm so excited. I've worked with hundreds and hundreds of people around the world, literally, with the goal of saying, okay, how can we work on your productivity habits, processes, systems, automations, and mindset? And something exciting that we're just getting ready to announce. So my company, Strategic Productivity Partner, was just acquired by Indelible LLC. It is a security operations company. And so I am now the Chief Operating Officer, and I also am the Strategic Productivity Partner. So all my programs, coaching, and everything's going to stay the same. So it's something I'm really excited about. So enough about me. Let's talk about you and your productivity. A lot of times people will say to me, where's the best place to start? How can I take control of my productivity? So I want you to think about your productivity core 4. This is when you look at what is your daily process? How do you use your calendar? How do you track your priorities and to-dos? And then let's do a tool review. So whenever I start with clients, these are the first 4 things that I look at. What do I mean by daily process? What I mean by daily process is when you think about it in this day and age, we have so many messages, emails, Slack boards. There are so many things that we have that come to our minds on a day. So what I say is always start with the daily process. Write down where are all of the places you need to check. Where are all the messages? Where are all the phone calls? What is your calendar? Look at all of your calendars, but come up with a daily process checklist so you know every day you are touching everything once. That way in the middle of the night when you wake up and you're like, oh, did I? You know you did because you did your daily process. The second thing I want to talk to people and that we look at is how do you use your calendar? To me, my calendar is my favorite app. They are gold. There's so much information we can keep on there. How do you track your priorities and to-dos lists? Well, let's be honest, in this day and age, now I'm going to age myself a little bit, but I still love my Franklin Covey, my paper Franklin Covey, right? It was a day planner that kept me so organized. Moving to the electronic digital world has been great for some people, not for others. When you think about all of the tools that are out there, one of our goals is to say, what tool works for you? How can we incorporate into your life? And then finally, Let's do a tools review. What are you using for everything? For accounting, for expenses, for mileage? Where do you keep track of your vital information? So when we think about how to take control of your productivity, if we start in these 4 areas, so I want you to think about this today. And as we're going over the next couple of days, what is your daily process? Do you have a way that you're tracking all the things that you're doing? Your core 4 will set you up for a path to take control of your time so you have peace-filled productivity. I'll be honest with you. I started a few years ago, I would talk about not just productivity, but peace-filled productivity. People were like, Megan, what do you mean? And that's when I said, again, this goes back to you, but let's look at this. What I want for you to think about for just a moment is, what does productivity, or even peace-filled productivity, when I'm saying peace-filled, I mean the feelings from the inside, right? I mean, how do we feel about how we're getting things done? So I want you to ponder this for a second. What does productivity mean to you? A few things productivity means to me is that I know what I'm supposed to be focusing on, that I'm focusing on my priorities, that I'm also having fun. To me, I'm a real big believer in I work hard and I'm gonna play hard. And so my productivity is what helps me get done what I need to get done when I need to, and then I can log off and be done when I want. So do you have your definition of what peace-filled productivity is? If you're still having a little bit of a challenge coming up with it, completely understand. Let's think about it from this way. How do you want your productivity to feel? When you wake up in the morning, do you look at your phone with dread? Are you like, oh no, there's going to be a million messages? How do you want your productivity to make you feel? Some of my clients and myself, it's a very different answer. I have one client named Corey, and for him, productivity, being peace-filled productivity and how he wants it to feel, is a 0 inbox. So we've been working together for him to have a 0 inbox. And one of the things he's realized is he has someone that he's hired that goes through his inbox and organizes his email for him. Once we identify how we want to feel and what productivity means to us in an authentic and true way, we're able to implement habits, processes, systems, automations, and mindsets so that we can take control of our time and we can live a better and more happy life. I just want to remind you that taking time to be intentional with your productivity will really change your relationship with time for the better. It means being organized, but it also means knowing that you're feeling productive and knowing that your actions and your habits are setting you up for success with productivity. So again, just want to remind you of your core 4 and to take control of productivity. When we think about it, productivity is something we have to be intentional about. Productivity is 100% about you. If there's something you like, do it. Don't do it just because you read a book or you heard someone else do it. If it's something you like, that's how you can be productive. I am Megan. I'm your strategic productivity partner. It's been amazing to present with you today. If you would love to follow me on Instagram, you can follow me on Productivity Megan for more productivity reminders. Thank you so much for your time today. And I hope that you take some time to be intentional to identify how you want your productivity to feel. It's going to be a game changer for you. Thank you so much.
Wow, I'm really impressed. Megan, I didn't know what peace-filled. I've never heard of that. Peace-filled productivity. I'm definitely going to take that on board. I love it. Thank you so much for that golden gem. That's amazing. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I hope you do. And I hope that it works because it will make a difference.
Oh, I'll certainly let you know.
Please do.
I can personally tell you that Megan has helped change the way I do so many different things. And I encourage everyone to reach out to her because she's going to save you time.
Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right. We are going to bring out our next guest. But before we do, let's hear a word from someone very special. We're all special, but so is this person, and he couldn't be here today.
Hey, Dr. JACALYN, and hello, everybody. This is Al Cini, and it's a real pleasure to be here, even if only virtually, for this terrific reunion episode. Pretty demanding project, so I've kind of been offline for the last couple months. But when that ends, I'm looking forward to joining in person a future reunion episode. And in the meantime, I want to wish all of you, all of my friends, all the wonderful people I've met through my association with Dr. JACALYN KERBECK, all those wonderful people. I want to wish them all well. I want to wish you all the best. And Dr. JACALYN, keep doing what you're doing. It's wonderful work. I do drop in from time to time and watch, and you continue to amaze me, and I wish you continued success. So take care, everybody, and we'll see each other soon.
That was Alcini. And for those of you who don't know, he started with me in the very beginning. We actually worked together in person at RVN TV, and he left me and went to ABC. I mean, can you blame the guy? I don't blame him. So, but he's an incredible friend and mentor. So I'm glad he
looks well. He's looking well, actually, really well.
Very happy for him.
Yeah.
Megan, you know, you worked with him with me, and so did you, Dr. Cham. So.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to bring up our next guest, who truly is a legend when it comes to the broadcasting world. This man has been on, I don't want to say every major platform, but I'm going to say every major platform across the world. He actually reached out to me several years ago and said that I had something, and I wasn't sure if I had an illness. I didn't know what it was that I had, but he has been my mentor and the brainchild of this platform. He actually came up with the name USA Global TV and Radio, and he's helped me grow in so many ways. He has 1 billion followers of his own, and he is an expert when it comes to the royal family. He's been a royal photographer and took some of the very first pictures of William. We'll have him talk about that. And he also is a political analyst. So you can find him if you Google his name. If you go onto the various digital platforms, you will find Mr. Ian Pelham Turner. Welcome.
Ladies, I hope you can't see me blushing too much at that entrance. You know, and I have to sort of say that I always address myself as a grain of sand in the desert. You know, because I think in reality, it's people like yourselves that create the popularity, create the visions for the future anyway. And so it becomes very simple for people like myself to work with you and to create hopefully a little bit of extra value at the same time. And I'm sorry that I've just realized I've switched on the wrong background this afternoon. But the only thing I do wish is I wish this was my background. There you go. So I mean, as JACALYN knows, and probably Madalene knows as well, is that you know, anything in front of the camera, that's me. Anything behind the camera, technicals, no way. It's a, you know, I've been a journalist and broadcaster for what, 58 years now, and so you know, I try at least. I have to say, JACALYN, at least I've got a background up this afternoon. Normally, I just.
I am shocked that you have the background.
It's a beautiful background.
It looks great. So, Ian, I just want to share with our audience that you are on 3 of the shows that we host here as well. So that's the United Kingdom, the Royally Rich Lifestyle Show, and Royal Breaking News from London. And you obviously have your own shows that you actually go to a studio there in London, and you work with ALB UK. I'm going to spotlight you. And if you could talk to our audience, imagine somebody's out there and they want to break into the broadcasting world, or they want to promote themselves or their message to the world. What are some of the things that they can do?
Okay. I've started my stopwatch. I think when you become a broadcaster, it's like anything else, is that just be yourself is the first bit of advice. I was advising someone the other day who may be going into a reality show shortly. And he was saying, well, you know, shall I do this? Shall I do that? No, just be yourself, because I think that's really what the real broadcasting is all about. Once you try and change your personality or your way of life, it then becomes much more difficult to actually move on in life at the same time. So just a very quick resume. Yeah, I've been a journalist, well, really for 58 years now. I've been a broadcaster with my colleague, Helena Shard. We work together. And really, since we started working on Royally Rich projects, we've done over 3,000 shows with different channels across the world. So, you know, in reality nowadays, the thing that I expect all the time is the unexpected, because you know, when you're working with the royal family and when you're supposed to be a person who comments on the royal family as well, we get asked all sorts of questions all the time. And so you have to be, first of all, up with the knowledge as best as you possibly can. And I mean, I'll give you a prime example of that is that recently, for about 8 to 12 months now, we've been working with Fox Media, one of our companies that we work with, and they constantly are setting up commentaries for us on what do we think about Kate, what's happening to Kate. They've become fascinated by Kate, Princess Kate's, you know, in London as well at the same time. And really, because we have contacts within that world that are very close to Kate at the same time, then we're in a situation that really sort of happens now that when something happens, we can talk to people as well. But I think the reality with it all is a lot of the time is that when people are coming on to us, we say the truth as best we possibly can, and that's very important. In my line of work, messaging is very, very important as well, because talking about how to put a message across, the actual words that are used, the phrases that you use are extremely important, and sometimes can get you out of a hole that you're in. Very quick example. When Prince George was born, and the first photographs of Prince George were born, I was working with NBC in London, and we saw the photographs that had come out, and this was the first official photographs, and we think they had been taken by Kate's father, Mr. Middleton, and he'd taken them on an iPhone, and in all honesty, they looked appalling. You know, they were out of focus. The only one that's half looked decent was the dog, who looked like he was just about to be ill at the same time. And so there was this really very, very bad first impressions of new baby George. And so first of all, NBC say to me, I won't say the language that they said, but they called me smart something. What are you going to say about this? And so I then you know, had to wriggle around all these images because they were just absolutely dreadful. I came out of NBC, and the BBC wanted me as well, our national broadcaster in London. And so I worked through to about 2 o'clock in the morning with the different BBC stations that were coming on. But all the time, one of my colleagues, who was really one of the commercial attaches to the Queen as well, and other members of Buckingham Palace I was getting these frantic phone calls saying, please, please, please say about anything at all to make this situation right. We're in bunker mode at Buckingham Palace. The whole world is laughing at these terrible photographs. We know they're terrible, but how on earth do we change the message on it? So I had 2 hours sleep, and then I went to our commercial national channel, ITV, for their breakfast show. And again, I sat down on the red sofa waiting to come on, and they're telling me, the presenters are telling me, look, you cannot say these photographs are good. You cannot say that these photographs have any value at all. They're terrible. They're out of focus. They're blurred. They're backlit. All the things that are wrong with them. And all the time that was coming in my head was, please find a way of changing the whole dimension of what was actually going on. And so then I looked at the photographs again, and I thought the only person that looked half decent in these photographs was Kate. So then I go on set, and the presenters are saying, Ian Pelham-Turner, former royal photographer, you must be looking dismayed this morning at these photographs. They're terrible, they're awful. They go through about 2 minutes of what's wrong with these photographs. And then I said, and what's your opinion? And so I said, in reality, I can see there's a lot of issues with these photographs. That is English understatement, to say the least. But then I said, but only a father could take the look of love in Kate's eyes. And all of a sudden there was this from the cameramen, who are the hardened professionals. And I thought, I've done it. I've changed the message. And the two presenters looked horrified because they were speechless. They didn't know what to say now. And so I went home after I'd said it, and because it was early morning, I thought, well, I'll have a nap in my armchair. And I got woken up by Helena to say, you're trending right across the world. And true to the fact, we've changed the whole philosophy of those images by saying only a father could take the look of love in Kate's eyes. So that's what I mean by traction. That's what I mean by messaging. And that's what we look at as well as part and parcel of what we're really looking at trying to do at the same time. Our goal, Helena and my goal, is to actually create a royal precedent right across the world. So we work for a number of channels. I'm very grateful that with JACALYN that we work with USA Global TV and Radio, and that was one of our first standing points as well. And that created an amazing reaction, and we are now very much focused towards America a lot of the time as well. And I think the reality as well at the moment, we started working with TV stations across the world. To give you another example, when Kate did her famous now cancer video to say that she'd got cancer, this 3-minute video. Now this came on at 6 o'clock at night on our TV channel. Nobody, including myself, knew that this is what she was going to say. We'd been pre-warned that some special announcement was going to be made, but we didn't think this at all. And so all of a sudden, 6 minutes past 6, India comes on the phone to me. I then had 6 TV channels, one after the other, for the next 4 hours, commenting on what did I think about this at the same time. So in reality, with the type of work that I do, I just talk. You know, I always remember my mother saying, my mother was Scottish, and she said, you've got a good Scottish tongue in your head, use it. And so thank goodness that when I gave up photography and really just moved on in journalism as well, that was the part of it. One of my most famous stories, and I think this is probably what JACALYN wants me to just talk about as well, is that I did Prince William's first ever Christmas baby shoot with Charles and Diana as well. And that particular day was a day that I will never forget. And it's a day that I've dined out in for the next, 50 odd years. So basically on that day, we were told at the time that I had 7 minutes to take the most famous photographs in the world. But what would happen was that they would come in, you were allowed to say good morning to them. They would say good morning back, they would sit down, and then someone with a stopwatch would actually turn on the stopwatch, and on would 7 minutes. So this is one of the photographs that I took at the time. It still makes me smile. The look on Charles's face was not the most happiest that morning, I might have to say. Anyway, so we started taking the photographs, and Diana had brought William's teething ring with her as well, so she could hold the teething ring up so that he would look towards my camera. So, but for 4 of the 7 minutes, Diana, I should say, was hiding her face. And I couldn't say to her, Mom, you're hiding your face, I can't see you. And I knew that because of the rules that I was set by, you weren't allowed to say anything to them as well, because that would be breaking the rules. So I made a noise like I was dying. So fortunately then Diana turned around and she smiled because she realized I was breaking the rules, but I hadn't broken the rules because I hadn't spoken. She moved the teething ring. William went to grab the teething ring, and in 1/60th of a second, I got the iconic shot that made me one of the Royal Photographers of the Year the following year itself as well. And then after that, the 7 minutes was up, and Diana wasn't going to let go now, because I think she wanted to have some fun as well. She knew how to break rules at the same time. So the photograph that she just flashed up was one of the shots where, in reality, I started taking photographs of Diana holding William up in the air and then cuddling him and all this type of thing. And there was Charles sat on the sofa, and he was not best pleased, because by this time, both of them were trying to compete against each other to get the front page picture of the day as well. So that bemused look that he had on his face was just one of a sequence of shots that I shot at the same time. So basically, communication is all about seeing what you see and being able to interpret it and put it out there across the world in understandable language as well. So with my television work and with Helena as well, basically our aim is to really create royal precedent, royal opportunities for people to understand what are the values of the royal family at the same time, you know, what's going on. Sometimes, you know, we will get questions. A lot of the time we know what's going on behind the scenes, but sometimes not even we know what's going on as well. And so we just have to take a general view on it as well. So I think, you know, with the type of work that Helen and I do, we're happy to work with other businesses as well. So the Royally Rich show is really designed each week to start off with royal content. Then we have a guest come on from anywhere in the world to talk about their business, to talk about their opportunities as well. And then at the end, we have Philip Sykes from the British School of Excellence to come on, who then talks about all the expertise of etiquette that he can do that actually fits into the format of that particular
show. Starring Ian Pelham Turner and Helena Shard. Brought to you in part by the British School of Excellence, Investors in People. This program is brought to you in part by the British School of Excellence and founder, Mr. Philip Sykes, building confidence, changing lives. Do you share our view that etiquette is a set of modern life skills that are essential for personal and professional success? Join us as an etiquette coach and change people's lives through the power of etiquette and manners.
The last few days have been really amazing. I had a trainer course from the British School of Etiquette.
And I must say it's been one of the best decisions I've ever made and one of the best investments I've made in my own training and development.
Now, words alone will not describe the transformation and the positive path that I have traveled with the British School of Etiquette.
I found really, I learned a lot from the lessons this time I came.
The last few days with the British School of Etiquette have been fantastic.
And what I've learned now is really beyond my expectations.
This is the most rewarding experience and the best investment I have made this year.
It was just great. I learned so much, and when I go back to Belgium, I will incorporate a lot of it into my day-to-day life and business.
It's been absolutely wonderful for the whole week that we were here.
I feel transformed, and I feel like blowing a trumpet and tell people, come and do this school. This class is the best. This is the best school ever.
You should take it. It's just, it will change your life immediately.
I am now able to teach other people how to bring the best of them.
Thank you, Preez.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you to our clients for their testimonials on the Train the Trainer program. Our exponential and global growth is so significant that we've evolved from the British School of Etiquette to the British School of Excellence, where we're investors in people. Let us invest in you and your career. Contact us to become an etiquette coach. Go to thebritishschoolofexcellence.com. All right, I just wanted to tee that up so we can watch the very beginning of your show, the Royally Rich Lifestyle Show. Ian, how do you feel about that?
No, that's good. I just wanted to say finally, our future is now to create royal experiences around the world. And so we're really looking perhaps set up a royal experience in America. We've done it a lot in Great Britain to great success. And so we're hoping now to actually show how people can actually connect with the royal family, understand their history, some of the values, and then bring on people like Philip as well to actually teach etiquette at the same time. So that's our future goal with Helen and myself.
I was going to say, Ian, if I could just say about commentating about what you've been talking about, I find it amazing in the way that, especially with being a royal consultant, and the way that the news is breaking, and the way that when they give you a storyline, you have to be there on call, and if it changes the energy, you just change it to fit. I find that is incredible.
You have to be, you know, I mean, very recently when I was having lunch one afternoon in Oxford Street in London, and I get this frantic phone call from NBC to say, come on, we need you to actually you know, work with us right now. There's a big royal story happening, and it's pouring with rain. So and I haven't got an umbrella either. So anyway, so I'm running down Oxford Street to get to the TV crew who are actually filming in Oxford Street. They brought a TV crew to me. So anxious were they. And then as I'm going down the street, you know, I'm getting calls to say that both Charles and Kate have both got cancer now. As well, and that they were both going to be out of action for a while, and you had to have an immediate response, you know. And so basically, we were going live to America via NBC, via this link, and the strangest thing was we were doing it in the pouring rain, so I looked like a drowned rat. And then this Japanese coach party turned up and thought this was normal. So then all these lights are going flashing off as well as we're taking these photographs or doing this report at the same time. So strange things happen when you work with the royals.
Yeah, what an experience.
I want to bring Megan back, and I want to just run the beginning of your show. Hopefully I teed it up the right place, and then we're going to bring Robert out. Let's see if I did.
Where the doctor is always in.
That's outstanding, by the way, right?
Hello and welcome to another edition of the Royally Rich Lifestyle Show on ARB UK Television. Let's roll the titles and let's get on with the show. Well, we've got another packed show for you today, starting off with some of the royal news. Unfortunately, my colleague Helena Shard, she's in Sweden today, but she will be back next week to add her views on the royal family at the same time. But starting off with Kate, it has been announced, hopefully, that Kate may appear on Saturday on Trooping the Colour at Buckingham Palace. Now, she hasn't been seen virtually all year since she actually did the video saying that she had cancer a few months ago in March. So from that time onwards, she's been out of action and out of the public eye at the same time. So everybody is hoping that Kate is so much better now and that she is recovering from it enough to actually commemorate with King Charles the Trooping of the Colour and appear on the balcony at Buckingham Palace tomorrow. It's going to be a great day if it is, because it's the King's official birthday as well, Trooping the Colour. And I know that as he is recovering from cancer at the same time, the reality is that he will be delighted to see his daughter-in-law back again close to him, and there may be even the children as well. So watch this space next week, and we will tell you more about what has happened at Trooping the Colour.
Woo! Well done.
Love it.
We were right, but that was a big leap in the dark as well, ladies. It was a big leap in the dark because you just, you know, I mean, even to the last minute, you're never quite sure. You know, changes can happen all the time as well, but you know, it is what it is, and fortunately, most of the time, you know, we've got our facts right, and that's you know, it's the same with politics, you know, they do as well. You know, at the moment, I'm looking after British politics, and once that finishes, then channel I work with has got a 1 billion audience across the world. Then we're on to American politics until November the 5th. Well, November the 5th for us makes us smile, because November the 5th for us, this is why Madeline is smiling as well. November the 5th for us is Guy Fawkes Night, when we let off all our fireworks, when Guy Fawkes tried to blow up Parliament. So we're expecting fireworks with Trump and Biden on the 5th of November.
Ian, thank you so much for being here and sharing all of your knowledge and wisdom, and for allowing us to run your clips from your show. It's truly an honor. And Megan, thank you so much for being here also. We're going to bring up our next guest so that we stay on time. Robert J. Moore is an incredible person. This man has had so much adversity thrown at him, and as a result, he pulled himself together. He's been on major stages with major people like Tony Robbins across the world, and now he actually coaches people, next level coaching, and he's been a publisher, an author. He's just somebody I really admire a lot. We've had him on the show before, and I'm so grateful that he could be here today. Robert J. Moore joining us from Canada. Hello, welcome.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, good to see you.
I'm going to tell you right now.
Hey, Robert.
First time I've ever used someone else's background, ever.
I know. I was so honored to see that you did that. Thank you.
Respect, I did. Yeah, I normally don't do it. I usually have all my stuff with the Forbes and Guinness World Records and everything, but it's not about me today. It's about you.
Well, thank you. It's an opportunity for our audience to get to know our guests today, so they can reach out and they can work with you. Robert, you now have the stage, so I'm going to turn it over to you for your 15 minutes.
First thing I want to say is Dr. Chan there, you should be very, very, very rewarding, because we just won another award this morning with the song in my documentary. So you're up to 11 now on that song that I've won. So anyways, I'm Robert J. Moore, 5-time international best-selling author. I wasn't always at the top level in Forbes magazine, wasn't always a Guinness World Record holder and someone that's got numerous amounts of awards. I was someone that was brought up with a very rough life. Long story short, because we only have 15 minutes, I was in jail 17 years. I was living on the streets for 7 years. I was with the mafia. I was with the bikers. And I decided I didn't like that lifestyle no more. So lucky I didn't wear any colors or anything like that. I was able to be let free on the side and do what I had to do, as long as I helped out with the drug and alcohol counseling. Because when I went to school, I didn't go to school to impress everybody and hang them up on the accolades on the wall to show, hey, listen, look at me, look at me. I did it because I wanted to find out who in the hell I was doing and why was I behaving the person I was. So I went and got my social service worker diploma, my addictions degree, my BA in psychology, my master's in counseling psychology, harm reduction, mental health crisis, 2 honorary doctorate degrees. So when I went from there and did that, I started getting into the scene of, I like this learning business. So then I started going to different events and noticing how they're setting up their events. I don't go to an event today to listen to the speaker. I don't whatsoever. I look at the paperwork they have. I look how they're dressed. I look around, see how the TVs are aimed, how the cameras are focused. I want to see how they're doing it, so I could be better myself to bring people in. I want to see their marketing tactics. I want to see how they do things properly. So anytime I go to a stage now, 90% of the time I'm on stage with them anyways. And the biggest stage I've ever been on was 2.1 million people. And that's what I spoke it with everybody from the Secret. I'm being coached right now. One of my coaches right now are Satish Verma, which is CEO of Think and Grow Rich. I've been on with Mr. Chan there. I've been on with a lot of other people that you guys might even know out in that way too. I've been out there. Like won Author of the Award a year. I got the plaque, and I went. It's funny how you go through Gatwick, and then next thing you know, they see something. There's a big block of something in your package and your luggage and that. They stop you. They want to, oh man, this guy's bringing home drugs or whatever, right? Big block of something. It was an award. So it was quite the experience. I'll tell you that. And then the experience home, 8.5 hour drive home on the flight, and tiny little seats I have. I'm a big man, so. But I decided to dedicate my life to using all those skills. And now that I figured out who I was at that time with my education, I wanted to utilize that to help other people. So I became a therapist for 15 years. I've also became for 12 years after that, at the same time, I was doing drug and alcohol counseling. I had my own shop. I had my own business going on. I was also upgrading with healthcare stuff and just kept going. I'm always a learning thing. I'm learning. I've estimated to help over 200,000 people, estimated at the low part because of the amount of the things I've done, the people I affected. I stay strong right now. I have to stay strong. I've lost 3 brothers to drugs and alcohol overdose. I've lost both parents, my grandparents. It doesn't go any higher than me. I have a son right now that wanted to be a gangster. We straightened that out quick enough, and today he's a police officer. So his goal is to pull me over one day. So he's waiting to find out when I go visit him to find out my license plate so he can come pull me over one day. And I'll let him. I mean, there's not much you can do. You know what I mean? I'll let him have his moment. I'm sure I put him through a lot worse. You know, so I was at an early age when I first started having the emotions. At 19 years old, my wife died in my hands, giving birth to our second child. That's when my world tumbled. That's when things changed. I never experienced that before in my life. And then all of a sudden, you know, other people started dying, like my brother Tom, my brother Kevin, my brother Reagan, with overdose and that. But now when I look at that today, I have a death date and I feel sad. I change that right around. Change it right around. Say, here's a day I'm going to make $5,000 guaranteed. And I do it every time, you know. So what I do is next level coaching is I used to own Magnetic Entrepreneur, just to let you know. It was a publishing company. I did over 500 books. I went from there. I sold that. I walked away from that. Right there it is. There's what I own. I walked away from that. And the reason why I walked away from that is because I forgot to bring people to the top and I got lonely. So I learned a lesson there. So now when I do the next level coaching, I'm actually being coached by Armin Moore, the top strategist in the world. And I'm also being coached by the CEO of Think and Grow Rich. So I got both of them on different sides. And I also have another coach on the side that does the automations and everything else for all the stuff I'm doing. That there's my journey through you can ask any question you want on that, and it will actually go through. You just have to put your email in. And I help people reach that next level. I bring people to that next level without being selfishness, my own. My third program, my membership program that I have is I bring 10 people in a year. And in that year, we build a program. We structure a program together. We build the program together. And when we do that is we implement that into their business. And then what I do is I certify them. I certify them as a next level coach, and boom. You know what? It holds a lot of water because I've got a lot of things going on, a lot of respect for different people who've done things. And I gotta admit one thing, man. I've never met people in my life so excited to work with me now, because I was out for 6 months. They pulled me back in and said, no, we want you back in the coaching. Because when I left the coaching and the publishing and that, I went over and bought 2 franchises. And when those franchises I bought were for the elderly people. So the home care services. And I liked it. I mean, it wasn't bad. I was making $50K a month. But it wasn't me. It really wasn't me. You know what I mean? It was just the reason why I wanted out is because I just need the time away. It's like some people say, oh, I just need to get away. I had to go to the beach or something like that. No matter where I go, I work. I'm a workaholic no matter what. I'll sit on my phone in my house or whatever. I go to Florida, I'll still work. Open the garage up. The family does their own thing, you know, and I'll still work no matter what. But one thing I want to say is you have it in you too, no matter what level you're at. I don't care if you're at, you know, just beginning level. I don't care if you're living on the streets. I don't care if you're living in a $50 million mansion. There's always something going on that you missed. I've helped millionaires, billionaires out focus on a leak in their structure. I've worked with some of the top people in the world. Les Brown's daughter, for crying out loud, I coached her for 4 years. You know, Dr. Joe Vitale's ex-wife, I've helped her out. I mean, I've helped out some pretty top-notch people. Other, like right now, Darman. I don't know if you guys know Darman out there, but I've coached one of the girls in there too, Catherine Norland, Al Pacino's stepmom. I helped her out for a while. You know, it's not a matter of bragging. It's a matter of, you know what, where you can go with it. That's the biggest thing, is where you can go with it. So you can dream, but the problem is a lot of people don't know how to dream proper. So I'm going to give you a little experiment. If you got your head underwater in, say, a bathtub or something, and you can't breathe. What are you wishing for? You're wishing for that air, right? So you're wishing to breathe. Now take your head out of the water. And if you want your dreams to come true, put your dreams from your head to your heart. It's an 18-inch rule. Put the emotion behind it, because when it's on your heart, you get the emotion behind it. And guess what? If you put the emotion behind something, you're going to work harder to get it. And that's one of the biggest things I could say. Today, forever, and wherever it may be. You have it in you. You're well and worthy. Stop doubting yourself. Stop self-procrastinating. Get out there and do it.
Wow.
I'm just overwhelmed. Amazing nuggets of advice there.
The short version.
Bravo.
The short version.
Yeah, the short version.
Extremely short. Normally I talk for 90 minutes straight. I mean, then I'm still looking for more time.
I was like, he can't be finished yet. Sorry, StreamYard kicked me out. That was
Well,
great.
I'd rather get on there and you guys can ask me a few questions that you know. I mean, what you would like your people to hear. And
absolutely. So Megan and Ian, I don't believe you've met Robert before. Maybe you have a comment or a question.
I know about Ian. I've met him before.
But basically, how have you survived?
How have I survived?
Yeah, because the pressure that you're under, the strength that you needed as well. I have a backstory of my own where I went through a terrible depression at one time and had to change my life. And thank goodness I did. And I got surrounded in love by women. So I love womanhood, and I know the values of women today as well. What gave you that encouragement as well to actually move forward in your life?
Well, when you sit there and look at the situation, first of all, as a drug addict, alcoholic, I'm going on 19 years clean and sober now. But what gave me the meaning for life is I decided to worry about what other people thought. And I started worrying about what I needed for me. It was hard getting out from the bikers and the mafia and all that. Really hard. Even at 19 years clean and sober, 2 years ago, they came up to me and they're on the phone. And I said, how'd you know where I live? They said, well, we're looking at you right now. I didn't even know they knew where I was, but these were the top people in the HAs. And they said, we need a favor. And, I said, look, my credentials ran out. And they said, who in the heck do you think you are? We don't need credentials for what we need you for. Right. And I said, if it wasn't for that person actually physically dying 2 weeks later, I probably wouldn't be out. They wouldn't let me go. But I always change the negative and make a positive out of it. So when I feel the pressure of something, depression, like my brother's death date or something like that, like on July 20th, it's a big day for me. I got my mom's death, my grandpa's death, and I got my mom's death on it, and my wife's death on the same day, July 20th, all the same day. So I look at that day, and I also have my son's birthday on that day too. So what do? He's alive. You obviously want to celebrate that. You can't be depressed for his birthday because it'll bring him down. So basically what I do is I change it around, I change the opposite, and look at, okay, it's an opportunity to grow. And that's all I do.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Ian.
Thank you.
So do you look at the future now rather than the past?
The future is me 10 years ahead, because if I focus on somebody else and they fall, guess what? I go on the pedestal, off the pedestal too. So I'm looking at me 10 years advance. What do I want to look like? What kind of money do I want to have in the bank? What do I want to dress like? What do I want to talk like? Where do I want to live? What kind of car do I want? That's 10 years in advance. So I'm chasing that person 10 years in advance in order to get there, and I'm raising myself up to that level. Because I know I'm not going to fall. I know that person's not going to fall off the pedestal.
Megan, I'd like to go over to you. Do you have a question or a comment?
I was just going to ask, and you've kind of answered it a little bit, but how do you stay encouraged? I don't want to just use the word motivated, because you know what I mean? How do you keep going, and how do you keep positive with the direction you're in, if that makes sense?
When I look at other people and they're depressed or something like that, and I see them empowered by what I'm saying, right there. That's that there forever. Right there is the feeling I want to keep. And when I get up on stage, I mean, I know how to read people like you would not believe. So I'll look in the field. When I'm watching people come in at an event, they always talk one way to certain people. They'll go up and they'll talk to, like, if they know I was an ex-gangster, they'll come up and we start talking like the toughness kind of thing. But if they come up to you, it's all like, you know, entrepreneur stuff, and it's all professional, it's all perfectionism and all that stuff. So now when I get up on stage, if I see them luring off, I'll start putting that texture in that brings them back to me. You know what I mean? So I'll bring it right back to me by putting a little gangster in there, but keep it professional at the same time. So now it draws them back in. And it works every time. I mean, you can't go to the mechanic and talk about perfume. You got to go to a mechanic and talk to about battery alternators and everything else.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. I just want to give a time check as to where we are. So everyone gets 15 minutes, regardless of where we are on the time. We are running over, which doesn't surprise me because we run over every time. But, and by the way, just so you know, I'm just going to mention it again. You can come back and forth. So you can stay, you can go, you can come back later. If you see we're running behind, you can drop off and come back. So our next guest is someone I met recently. She actually was just on a show we did literally right before this. Her name is Dawn Bates, and we worked together. We were part of this collaboration with Mark Stephen Pooler, and he is actually going to be on later today. And Dawn really inspired me. We had a call together, and I just loved her energy, and I loved her confidence. She knows who she is. She knows what she wants, and she's going to share more about that in her presentation. She's the founder of Dawn Bates International Ltd. She's an author, a coach, an activist, and a publisher. Let's welcome Dawn Bates. Hi, Dawn.
Hi, how are you? Thank you for having me here today, and nice to meet you all.
Thanks for being here. Thanks for doing a back-to-back. That's hard to do. So.
Oh, you know, well, if you want to get things done, you've got to get them done. You can't just sit back and watch Netflix, can you?
We're going to give you your 15 minutes now, and we'll come back and chat with you afterwards. So enjoy.
Okay. Well, just so that you all know, this is going to be the first time that I have ever presented on this platform. So just bear with me as I figure it all out. I think I've got it. But just as I figure it all out, I'll just give you a little bit of background on me. Like Megan, I've been traveling the world nonstop, but I've been doing it for 7 years, and I've been into some of the most dangerous places on the planet. I'm going to share screen. It's asking me for 2 monitors. You're having a laugh because I don't do 2 monitors. I might just cancel it and just go with this. So I have been traveling nonstop around the world for the last 7 years. I speak multiple languages, including Arabic, Spanish, and Portuguese. I've lived and worked in 44 countries now, and I have 20 international bestsellers to my name, either as a solo author, some of them as a co-author, but predominantly as a, like I said, solo author. I hate bullies. I cannot stand them. And one of the reasons why I write the books, the kind of books that I do, and one of the reasons why I'm an activist is simply and purely because I want to help people who want to get ahead in life, but I just want to be able to make the world a better place. And I know that sounds like quite a utopian view. But one of the things that we can do, I heard a quote recently, and I shared it in the show just before, was that when we recover loudly, we keep others from dying quietly. Now, when we write a book, one of the things that happens is that we have to get very clear on what it is that we believe and what it is that we're feeling. Now, if we're going to write that we think a certain thing about a certain situation, and we do not follow that train of thought and that logic across to other situations, then we're actually we're not in alignment. We're not thinking clearly. And we have, sometimes when I write, when my clients write things down, we get stopped because like, oh, if I think that about that, and I'm applying that logic to that, but I'm not applying the logic to that. Oh, that's not good. Okay. And it makes you rethink everything, or it should do if you're doing it properly. Now, when I work with my clients, my clients are either writing a book for brand expansion, they're writing a book for philanthropy, they are wanting to help people overcome things. because we all know that there are people out there in the world that cannot afford coaching, they cannot afford therapy, or they cannot afford the educational courses. Thank you very much. If we could focus on the 7-week author page, that would be great. Now, all of the books that I write, they have that I publish are to do with a human rights, social justice, or a cultural cohesive message, because I believe that when we focus on the diversity and we keep talking about how we're different, that is all that we're seeing. But when we actually look at how we are so similar and the ways in which we can create a cohesive community, then we actually start working together. We can keep focusing on differences, or we can focus on what brings us together. Food is always a good start. Who doesn't like food? And music and dance and sitting around a table, enjoying all of that, or dancing around and just having a great time. Now, as you will see from the support that I'm getting here from JACALYN, thank you very much. I've broken my website into various aspects. I've got the writer section, I've got readers, I've got activists, I've got the listeners and the viewers. There's a dose of dawn. We're about to launch that because I've written for many magazines over the years, and all of my magazine articles will actually be being put on there, as well as a few more, because I'm realizing that a lot of what I've got to say and the way I think, having seen the world through the lens of 44 different countries across 5 continents, I see the world in a very different way to most people. And I am probably not very British in a lot of ways, although I do like a cup of tea at 4 o'clock. I often say I should come with a trigger warning and that people should be prepared to be offended, which I make no apologies for. Because when we have to relearn our history through the lens of another country, and we're going deep into some of the most dangerous places on the planet, which I have been doing, studying human trafficking, studying government corruption, studying media manipulation, and you end up writing about them, not everybody likes it. Not everybody wants to, they say they want to learn about the world, but then they go, oh, have you got a link for that? No, I haven't. I've got 34 years worth of study. You can go find a link, but most of them you can go and read my books, which you will find on the dawnbates.com/readers. Now, I am a great believer that through writing, we can heal ourselves and the planet. We can heal other people through reading. And when we consider that books on average are read by four different people, that's a huge ripple effect. So when we share our journey, when we share our learnings, and we do it for the goodness of helping other people, not just for profit, that will come, we actually get to make a very big difference in this world. We're here to support and help each other, not just ourselves. So one of the things, there are many different ways I help authors. I do it through developmental editing. So I'm looking at their manuscript and I'm looking at it. How is this book or how is this manuscript serving the author? Are we looking at additional product spectrums for them? Are we looking at how they're marketing? How are we getting them onto podcasts or TV shows? How are we getting them into press? What kind of events can we do for them? And we're looking at how, when we're developing the manuscript, I'm looking at research with my clients. I go deep down that rabbit hole. I do love a cup of tea, and I loved a cup of teas with Alice. Love. And I have got 26 years worth of entrepreneurial background. So not only am I looking at a manuscript for my clients, oh, am I going to make money as a publisher with this? It's like, how is my client going to make money as a publisher, as an author? Because I don't take any royalties from my clients. I don't own their copyright. I'm their guardian. I encourage them to build entrepreneurial skills because we are effectively building a product. And if you're going into the realm of building a product, marketing, you need to be an entrepreneur. So with my coaching, you're not just getting writing coaching or book coaching. You're not just getting business coaching or leadership coaching. You're getting life coaching. That's why it's called author coaching. And there are lots of people out there that say that they're an author coach or that they're a publisher, but most of them have never written a book. And until they've written a book, can they really truly understand what it's like to go through that writing process? I say no. And I've been building my author academy so that I can help other people, because it's your journey. It's not my journey, it's your journey. Your life is different to me. Your wants, hopes, and desires are different to mine, and your trauma journey is different. As we've just heard from Robert there, his journey has been incredibly challenging, as has mine, in very different ways. I was never a biker. I do like motorbikes, but I've never been a biker. I have been in the ganglands. I have been followed by the secret police of Egypt, and I have been banned from certain countries. That's what happens when you write certain things that governments don't like. I help people to publish their way at their own pace, because there are some books that will be published not for profit, not for a massive audience, but just to kick imposter syndrome out the door. There are lots of people that work with me on their books that nobody will ever hear about, because those books will never be published, because that manuscript that they're writing is for their own healing journey. There are others, such as the Man Up book that we just published with the British charity Tough to Talk, which is all about reducing male suicide. Because as we know, some of us know, 133 men across the North America and Britain, North America excluding Mexico, so Canada, the US, and Britain, 133 men commit suicide every single day. So my mission as a mum of 2 boys, as a single mum of 2 boys, was to actually tap into and learn about the reasons why men commit suicide. Sorry, not commit suicide. We're not allowed to say commit suicide anymore because of the connotations with that. Take their own life by suicide. And so we wrote this book. We got a collection of 20 men to share their stories, and all the royalties from this book go to Tough to Talk, which you can find at toughtotalk.com, or you can go to dawnbates.com/toughtotalk. There are a menopause book that I wrote with 10 other people, and all of the proceeds from that book go to women's menstrual charities around the world to help women and young girls learn more about their menstrual health, as well as generating lots of reusable sanitary protection that they can wash and reuse, because they don't have the resources or the money to pay for it. So when we're looking at authorship, we need to actually look at what the bigger picture is. That's the kind of publisher that I am. That's the kind of author coach I am. It's also the kind of woman that I am. As you can hear, as Madeleine, Dr. JACALYN said, I am confident. And it took me a long time to get to this. It wasn't overnight. And I am very, very passionate about helping other people own their power. And whether we're doing it through anthologies, whether we're doing it through single books, whether we're writing it through fiction, everything we do is about supporting other people. So if you'd like to know more about how I can help you, or somebody that you know should be writing a book, then visit dawnbates.com and let's see how we can make the world a better place through literature. Thank you.
Oh wow, Dawn Bates, honestly, that was just absolutely commendable in every way. I mean, the fact that you're activist and you've been over 44 countries, 5 continents, and been in really extremely highly life endangering situations. It's incredible. I find it just amazing. Well,
I mean, I could sit there and read books that other people have written, or read their research, but when you're there on the ground and you're in the heart of the Amazon looking at human rights trafficking, human trafficking, or you're in the slums and looking at drug cartels and finding out what's actually really going on, you're actually speaking from a different level of authority. And I think that makes a big difference to your own understanding and your own credibility.
Thank you for that. Robert Moore or Ian, do you have any questions to put to Dawn?
I was just going to say, I used to be an investigative journalist at one time, and so the work that you're doing, Dawn, is very, very important. You know, I was working with Hezbollah and was in Beirut last year as well, looking to see what was really causing all these problems. So, I get you from that. But probably Sorry?
تتكلم عربي? You speak Arabic?
I don't speak Arabic. No, I obviously, and I had a team of bodyguards, the whole bit, going into Hezbollah territory. But the one that always I remember really making a difference with was that when Ceausescu was president of Romania, he used to kill all the street children in Bucharest, and he had killing squads every night going out, and any children that came out of the orphanages, because the orphanages wouldn't look after the children at night, they threw them out into the streets, and he would shoot them. He would get them killed. And so the only way that we could try to stop this was that we go and talk to these kids. So these kids lived in the sewers of Bucharest.
Yeah.
Now this is a time of HIV happening, the whole thing happening as well. And we were told that we're going to go into the sewers of Bucharest to actually interview these kids. I was just with an ITN cameraman and just one light. We weren't allowed to light it or anything at all. And
yeah, very similar to when we were in Egypt and we saw the Rabat massacre happening.
Yeah, and so basically,
CNN. Sorry.
Yeah, and basically, we were walking through this tunnel, and it was, it's the only time I think I've ventured into hell, because we were told don't let anybody touch your hands because they might have HIV, and these hands were coming out of the wall, and these kids were living in the smaller sewers as well. So, and we managed to stop it. That was the biggest thing. We created such a furore that we managed to stop it at the same time. So that type of work is so important.
Thank you. And I think this is the thing, once we can be afraid, or we can listen to the media about because I think a lot of, I don't know about yourself, Ian, but I find that a lot of people confuse poverty with danger. Just because certain areas are poor doesn't mean to say that they're dangerous areas. And I think that when we actually look at why a lot of the places that are dangerous, why are they dangerous? Have they been, has the infrastructure allowed it to be dangerous? Like researching human trafficking in Canada, looking at how the Canadian government has built an infrastructure or lack of infrastructure to actually keep people down, to keep people poor, to keep them uneducated, and to keep them isolated. And how the transport system, they come over from Europe across the North Sea, from places like Ukraine and Georgia. They get put on one of those freight trains in Halifax, shuttled across the whole of Canada with no stopping, no passport checks. They're off through the Bering Sea into Asia, or they're straight down the Pacific coast, down into the Amazon. People don't consider Canada as a human trafficking hotspot, but it absolutely is. And it's quite dangerous. And some of the places I was in Canada, I was like, okay, I really shouldn't be here. But again, if I can handle the ganglands of Latin America and the deep darkness of the rivers of the Amazon, I'm pretty sure that I can handle most places now. And I've lived through the Egyptian uprising, Civil War, and just walk in the park these days, unfortunately, in some ways.
Dawn, a great presentation that you shared, very powerful and inspiring. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I really appreciate you.
You're welcome. We're going to bring out our next guest, who is really my sister from another mother. She is a true angel on this earth. Her name is KERBECK. HEWARD. She's known as the Harley Street stress expert, and she helps you bust your stress. She also has a big role here on our channel, as does Madalene and Ian. And she's a very dear friend. She helped me get through the death of my mother. And she's going to share with us her expertise. Welcome, KERBECK. HEWARD, the Harley Street stress expert. Hello.
Hello. I've been listening to all of your presentations and thinking, this is good that I'm at the end of this hour, because I can really bespoke the presentation to what I'm hearing. So it's been quite an eye-opener, and you'll all find it very relevant and wonderful to be here and part of the show, Dr. Jacqueline.
Thank you, Caroline. Caroline is on our show, The Listening Mentor. She's the star. She's also an expert presenter on our Talking Heads platform. And she's on A Woman's Prerogative, parts 1 and parts 2. Part 2, she actually hosts herself. And she's our resident therapist here at USA Global TV and Radio. So Caroline, take it away for your 15 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Jacqueline. So I became the Harley Street stress expert almost by accident, really. And I started my journey back in 2000. It started when I lost my dad, and I was a very successful corporate girl. I was attending lots of lavish dinner parties and lots of high-fluting socialite occasions, the champagne receptions and the gala dinners. And I really walked that lifestyle. I'd just got married, and I should have been the happiest girl in the world. And at the time, my boss turned around to me 6 months after my dad passed away, and he asked me to go and talk to someone. He says, you really need to talk to someone. And I was a bit shocked. And my words were, I should be the happiest girl in the world. I've just got married. And those words really vibrated. They really vibed, because I should be was the echo, because I didn't feel anything. And it's very much along the lines of what I've been hearing on this show to date, and on the show in terms of the people that have spoken. Because depression is something that we don't usually think about, and yet when it happens, we feel about it and we don't know what to do about it, because school, college, university, nobody teaches us about what it is, how to handle death, how to handle life challenges, and how to handle money even. You know, there's no school, university or college that teaches us those skills. So we have to get on with it, and things just face us. And the thing about England, and I will say I'm English British, in England, we have this phrase, and it's keep calm and carry on. And it sounds like other areas in the world are the same, keeping calm and carrying on. So what happens is we shut down our feelings and emotions. And when we shut down the feelings and the emotions, the escape route is the mind. And it's then what we think, talk and analyze about, rather than what we feel about. And when you shut down the feelings and emotions, they reside in the belly below the belly button. That's also where our sexual energy resides. So intimacy, relationships, they'll feel like a disconnection. And that's what I felt. I felt like I was going through the motions without the emotion. I felt like I just didn't feel anything. I was existing on autopilot. And when I became aware of that depression, I then started looking for answers. But before I started looking for answers, the questions that I asked were quite meaningful and deep. And I was 36 at the time. And that was back in 2000. And the questions that I asked were, who am I? What am I doing here? What's the meaning of life? What's my purpose? Now, those sound very deep and profound, but I had reached what I thought was the pinnacle of everything that deemed me to be successful and happy. I'd got a social place in terms of where I was living. I was pictured in all the press, the magazines, and the local media, radio, TV all knew me. I was known as a spokesperson, and I was in marketing and PR, and I'd really got everything. And I just got married to a really lovely man, and I just thought that equaled happiness and success. But I wasn't happy, and even though physically, emotionally, out there, before social media was really social media, I was pictured as successful and happy, but I didn't feel it. I just felt like I was existing. I just felt like I was going through the motions and not feeling anything. And as a result, in asking those questions, my net response to all of that, and it was a little bit of research, a little bit of time of navel gazing, I got to the response of feeling I'm not happy. So I better get a life. I better do something. And that's what led me into Eastern philosophy, Eastern culture, looking at what had made me shut down, what had made me feel the way that I was feeling. And I started to explore all sorts of training, and I started that training back in late 2000, early 2001, 2002. And I started looking for a chakra journey. And that chakra journey was the equivalent of an A-level, 18 credits to a degree. And I also studied at a convent. I was doing NLP, stress management. And so I got my master's back in 2000, 2001 in NLP and hypnotherapy, way before it became very trendy as it is today. And I also trained with people that were looking at the chakra journey. I trained with yogis, and I was looking for that chakra journey, and I found the right person to train with. And that was a whole experience in itself, because I had to take on case studies. And I was a marketer. My background was PR and marketing. I was a qualified chartered marketer, and I'd been in management ever since I was 19. So I didn't feel that I was being a therapist. So what made me go to Harley Street? By the time I graduated, I'd been seeing a lot of clients, and I had to see case studies as part of my exams. And as a result of that, I realized this wasn't just about me. This was about helping other people. I had solved my depression. I had solved my stress, and I'd solved my anxiety. And I thought, well, there must be other people that will be suffering like this, just like I was in corporate. There'll be other people, because I was bullied in corporate. And it was very difficult, because that was just, as I experienced, the way that it was. And as a result of feeling that, hey, I could help other people. And I started quite small in my home and seeing one-to-one people. I didn't feel brave to really go out there. And then my then husband turned around and said to me, perhaps I should look at progressing a bit further, making it look a bit more serious. And so I decided the training that I'd been doing, I was actually training with a doctor who had come out into the field of medicine to look at alternative therapies. And what he did was he had a license to practice in Harley Street. So I spoke to them, and I then shared the license, and I became, in my own right, a licensed practitioner in Harley Street, number 10. And I stayed there for 17 years because I felt that it was important. If I was going to be a therapist, I would do it in the right way. I would have the right address. And they crawl all over your credentials to make sure that you are bona fide and that you do what you do. And also along this couple of decades, well, almost a quarter of a century now, I've done many trainings, and I'm just actually doing a new training, a coaching training, which I have to do case studies for. It feels a little bit odd to be doing case studies again, so many years after I'd started my journey. But what I do is I help people overcome the root causes of their stress. And I do that through using chakra psychology. That's how the mind and body connects, and what happens to the person physically, emotionally, mentally, behaviorally when there's an imbalance. And I've solved my own issues because the repeating patterns come in physical aches and pains. They come in behavioral things like intimacy, relationship issues, family stuff, bereavement stuff, how we don't handle things, how we think that we should be a certain way and we should perform in a certain way, and yet we don't, because we're not feeling that we should be doing one thing and we're feeling something else. And so we don't end up being very authentic. In pops and imposter syndrome. And so we don't then be how we really are. And I remember through my training, and I've trained with many, many different people. I've even trained as an avatar master and wizard. I've done a lot of training in America, and I've done a lot of identity stripping. And we walk out in our identities, and we walk out as the mother, the daughter, the lover, the husband, the boyfriend, the son. And we walk out in terms of the baby, as the adult, as the cleaner, as the person who cooks, as the person who shops. But where are we in all of that? Who am I and what do I like? And many people are in these different roles, and so they're never really being themselves. Hence, income, stress, anxiety, depression. I'm going to share something with you, something really key. If you are thinking about and focused on future things, like what's going to happen here? What about if I do this? What about if I do that? That leads to anxiety. If you're focused on past stuff and focused on past events and past conversations and past things that didn't go right, therein lies depression. When you want to change things, when you want to really actively change and live and breathe and be in a place where you're really enjoying life to the full, it's about being in the present moment, the very moment of the very second that you're in right now. And that's what I offer to my clients, to take them into the very present moment that they're in. Not to think about what happened in the past, although we start there, or what might they be thinking about that's not working in the future, but actually becoming present. And when you become present, you become stress-free. You become peaceful. One of my main works is to move people from head to heart, to move them out of stress, anxiety, depression, those repeating relationship issues, those repeating patterns of pain, because we shouldn't be in pain, whether it's physical, emotional, mental, or behavioral. Just think about a baby. When a baby is first born, there is no mind. All stress, anxiety, depression, physical and emotional ache and pain reside in the mind. And when there is no mind, there is no pain. And that's how I help my clients. And I help them identify the root cause of what caused their repeating patterns of pain in the first place, so they can release the emotion and the feelings that created that pain. Whether they want to talk through it all in terms of their integration and their processing, the processing is their own. It's very specifically personal to them. There is no one way to grieve someone. There is no one way to love someone. And there is no one way that anyone can say to you, you have to live your life in this way. There is only your way. And when you are living life in the present moment, then you can feel and you can be. And we are not here as a doing person. We are a human being living as a being person. It's how are we being rather than what are we doing. Most people talk about what they're doing, but how are we being? And just for the record, I am now 60 years old. And when I started this work at 36 years old, I am now de-aging. I now look younger because I'm not a person doing, I'm a person being. So I laugh a lot, I dance, I chant. There are many things that I do for my own personal fulfillment and for my own personal pleasure. It's not about going to a nightclub and dancing. The dance is within. I can be in my own bedroom or in my own office and living room, have my headset on and be chanting and singing for all England and dancing and feeling amazing. It's who I am being inside. It's not about how I'm being in the external world. And that is my gift. My gift is to help others become a human being and move from head to heart so they feel and they experience life how it should be rather than how we think we should be, how other people tell us we should be. And I look forward to helping you. You can reach me on No More Stress at live.co.uk. I also offer a 15-minute discovery call, and I'm offering a crazy, ridiculous 1-hour consultation, which will help you break through 3 patterns, 3 problems. And that is a ridiculous introductory price of £50. I look forward to helping you bust your stress.
Bust your stress.
Bust your stress.
Yeah.
Woo! You are on fire, Caroline. On fire. That I've never heard a presentation like that before. I mean, congratulations. Just amazing. Amazing.
Excellent. Caroline, do you know Robert?
I've heard of you, and I don't think I knew your story very well. I think I've sort of seen a little bit, but I didn't realize how much you've gone through, and it really heartens me to be here with you, because that's why I've shared what I've shared today, because of what I heard that you how you expressed how life has been for you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I know of you too, But at the same time, you only have 15 minutes to really tell your story. I mean, I couldn't even put my whole story in an hour and a half in my documentary. But just to give a little bit, right? I mean, to what I do today and how I empower people. And I mean, even yourself, when you talk about head to heart, I mean, you got to have that emotion behind it. If you don't have the emotion behind it, how are you gonna live it? How you gonna bring the structure to it? There's no structure without the backbone.
Very true. I knew there would be collaborations here. Ian, have you and Caroline met before?
I think you've been on one of my shows, actually, if I remember right.
A couple of them, Ian.
There you go. Yes.
I was just going to make one comment that I have a lot of female friends. A lot of them are single mothers. And I think, it's the toughest life of the lot of being a woman in the first place. I would not want to be a woman. I have to sort of say that this is straight out front to start off with. But the toughest thing that I see is that when you're a mother, how do you become a woman as well? In other words, because there are most time you actually, mothers tend to almost lose their identities by looking after their children, and they lose themselves in that journey as well. And to actually sort of combine the two, I've got so many friends who I think I've sort of seen as some sort of surrogate grandfather or something these days. I get so many women coming on to me and talking about their problems and their issues. But a lot of them, are really dealing with how do I find myself as a woman at the same time as looking after my child? And it's the thing I think a woman has to go through.
Very much so. And that was something that I was a corporate girl, so I had to strip that identity, and I had to strip so many different identities that we think we should show up in those identities, and we forget about who we are, what we like, what we dislike, what we enjoy, what we loathe. We don't have that because we're constantly being in an identity.
Caroline, can I just ask one question about your psychopsychology in the way that you diagnose? Do you think that's going to be the more modern way, or do you think it will be balanced with the NHS, with the holistic or Ayurvedic healing, understanding chakra psychology with the way that modern medicine is?
Essentially, it's complementary. It can go along, and there's a lot of doctors and the professional medical world that thought it was about helping someone. They thought it was about healing them, and actually they realized it was symptom management. And that's what the difference is, that when you go to the doctor and you have an ache and pain, they will offer you a painkiller. If you're not sleeping, they'll give you something to make you sleep. They're never looking at why, the root cause. And so they're managing symptoms rather than looking at the root cause, so I think it works hand in hand. If you need something to help you with a symptom, then obviously that's where they are. I don't feel that it will be one or the other. I think that they can be combined. And there are many doctors and medical professionals that are in the world that I'm in looking for solutions to problems rather than symptom managing. And I would say that that's the very big difference between the two.
That's a great answer.
Thank you.
Caroline.
Yeah, that's fabulous. I think that this is a group that could really have further conversations. So maybe we should look at doing a show with the five of us. But right now we're going to bring up our next guest. I hope he's ready. I see him down there, Mr. Red O'Loughlin, and I think he's going to bring something to the table absolutely when it comes to looking for the root cause as opposed to putting a Band-Aid on it. Red has been with me since the beginning. He actually does sometimes 4 shows a week with me. He does the corner bookstore, The Wise Ones. He's done Food and Our Emotions, and he also is an expert presenter on Talking Heads. He's been doing Talking Heads for 3 years, I think, which is incredible. And he's also my book coach. He's helped me get, I think, every single book to either a #1 bestseller on Amazon or a #1 new release. And how he puts up with me, I don't know. Let's welcome him, Red O'Laughlin, to the show. Hi, Red.
Howdy, y'all.
Hello, Red.
You.
Just another wonderful day here in paradise.
Absolutely. Well, Red, you, as I just mentioned, you've been with me since the beginning. It's been quite a journey, and I thank you for all the iterations, all the conversations, all the mentorship and the coaching.
Well, thank you so very much. It's been an interesting journey, not an area that I've ever worked in before with live broadcasting. And I guess you could, I've done a number of interviews, obviously hiring people for work, but not the kind of interviews that you're trying to get people to share their value with the bigger audience. And so it's been a major learning curve for me, and I truly appreciate you, Dr. JACALYN, and the USA Global TV and Radio Network. It's been I think it's been a good marriage between what I can offer and your programs that you share. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Have you met everybody here before you do your presentation?
I know everybody but Robert. I listened to him and found that to be fascinating. So yes and no, I know most everybody here.
Okay. Well, hopefully you'll reach out and connect. So, Red, it's over to you for your 15 minutes of fame.
Okay, let me get my clock started there. Fantastic. My dad was in the military. My mom had an interesting hobby. Everywhere my dad was stationed, she had a baby. There's 2 Californians, 2 Texans, 2 Panamanians, 2 Virginians, and a Puerto Rican. I'm the oldest of 9. I followed in my dad's footsteps. After I graduated from college, I joined the Navy. In fact, I didn't have much of a choice because at that point in time, the only other option was going to Vietnam, not in the area that I wanted to go in. So regardless, I joined the Navy. I'm a Navy aviator. I spent 4.5 years on active duty. Got out after Vietnam was over. Spent 20 years in the reserves, and then another 6 years on active duty at the end. Spent a couple of years in New York City, a couple of years in the Bay Area, California. I retired out of Stuttgart, Germany. I got to 61 countries in the world. Had a pretty good time, enjoying life. About 2007, in fact, actually noontime, December 7th, 2007, I was called into HR right after lunch, and they said, I think it's time for you to retire. Well, they didn't say it quite that way, but so as of 2007, I've been retired. I've been involved in a number of different things. Did a little bit of around the country, speaking in front of crowds, selling books at the back of the room, primarily on motivation, inspirational speaking, that kind of stuff. My wife came down with breast cancer about 2013, and I had to dust off my chemistry background. My chemistry was literally my first love. I fell in love with it sophomore in high school. And I wasn't able to practice chemistry because of the invitation to Vietnam. At the end of my career, I got an invitation to Bosnia. So in between, everything else happened. But I started looking, what can I do to help her get through her side effects from chemo and other things. So chemistry came back into my life about 2013, 14. And I started switching over from motivational, inspirational speaking to that of health and wellness. And I started looking at what causes things to happen. Okay, you got a chemical reaction here, you got another one here at the cellular level in the body. What is going on between those? If you speed this one up, what happens? Can I shut this one down? What happens? And so that's where I started my writing. So starting out from a research perspective, and I do this literally every day. I take what I can find and what's fascinating about it. What can I offer my audience? So I look at the cause and effect part of it. If you treat a symptom, you'll always be treating a symptom. So you got to treat the cause of a problem to fix it. So I started writing articles. I have over 1,000 original content articles, primarily on health and wellness, mostly oriented toward longevity and anti-aging on LinkedIn, about 1,500 on my website. I've authored, let's see here, 8 books as of last month, and I speak on these topics generally as a number of different times, all the time. Anyway, there's 4 of the 8 that I have right now. I'll get back to that later. The part that I do enjoy doing is in the writing of the books. There's a lot of different ways of doing it. And I discovered, I was at a Toastmaster meeting and I was speaking about how credibility is improved instantly when you're introduced as a published author. So I didn't think much of it at the time. And about a year later, I got a call from a guy that was at that meeting. Says, hey, I wrote this book. I can't get it published. Well, about that point in time, I had published 3 of my own books. And I said, well, let me see what I can do to help you. So I did. And about 2 weeks later, his book was published. And then he recommended somebody who recommended someone who recommended, just kind of grew out of hand. I said, you know, this is kind of funny. I need to sell at least 100 books to make the same kind of profit margin I'm charging for publishing a book. So I ended up in the book publishing business. But in part of the book publishing business, I don't do the traditional publishing end of things. I only publish a finished product, and that's all I do. I don't get involved with the book coaching, authoring, websites, marketing, anything at all. You give me a finished product, I give you a finished product back. Get your author account in Amazon, Kindle. I give you an ebook and a paperback book. I give you all your intellectual property back, and I help you any way I can. Well, that kind of developed into, well, I really need some help. I was on a networking event and a woman asked for a ghostwriter. I said, well, I'm not one, but let's talk about it afterwards. So ended up coaching her in her book, ended up coaching a couple, 3 other people in their books. And so over time, things just kind of evolve. So I am now taking on a more active role, but I'm very, very selective in who I help with the writing because it's a very time-consuming job coaching somebody, being their accountability partner and whatever. So from a book coaching perspective, some of the methods that I use to write my books, I've used to help others. And I've used this example quite often. So if I said, Dr. JACALYN, tell me about the first car you ever owned. There are some questions we can answer about things we know about. We don't even think, we just answer, boom. Well, if you structure your book as an interview, every question that's asked is a chapter. And within that chapter, you have a number of bullets of the things that you want to have the interviewer ask you, or you give that information. So in other words, now you have a structure to a book. Let's say you have 15 questions. Now, each of those questions is the chapter of a book, and I have bullets for each question. So I now have the structure of that chapter. And say Dr. JACALYN and I sit down, we have a conversation, and I interview her based on her list of questions, and we record it. That recording is important for a number of reasons. It can be transcribed into a manuscript super easily. Very little editing involved in it because you're basically just giving us information that you know. But part of the problem on books is you need to have some level of entertainment, capture. So in other words, if I tell you about one of the first cars I ever had, I'm driving down the High Bridge in Corpus Christi. All of a sudden the car shakes, bang, I think I was hit, had no idea what's going on. And the car's starting to slow down. And all of a sudden I noticed a tire passing me going down the side of the bridge. Well, I get out very carefully, look around. I had lost my left rear tire. So very carefully, I go down the bridge on 3 wheels in a bridge room. I find the tire, and it goes on and on and on. So anyway, you put these little stories, these little vignettes, these little things of interest throughout the book so that you keep people's interest. If I'm just telling you about data 1, data 2, data 3, boom, you lose people instantly. So you have to have a kind of a storytelling mode to this thing, and some interesting stories. Maybe the story didn't happen to you. Maybe it happened to somebody else. But it's important because that story became part of what you're doing. So with that in mind, now I could take something very, let's say you love to cake decorating. Well, how do you get involved in it? Who do you admire? What's the hardest thing you can do? What's the easiest thing you can do? There are a lot of different questions you can go there. If you want to take a look at a legacy kind of book, a memoir, well, tell me where you grew up. Tell me why you chose this. There's a lot of different ways of going. So you have a structure. Literally within a couple of weeks, you can have 10, 20, 30 questions. You may have more than one book. Take that information, record it, and have literally an eyeball to eyeball talk with somebody, because you can see their facial expressions. If they start fading off a little bit, you know you lost them. However, if you can see them coming a little bit closer because they're listening to you, now you know that interview, that information being exchanged is of value, because that is very definite feedback on what you're telling. So now you have a manuscript, and boom, you're literally almost done. Get it edited, thank you very much, end of story, and the book is ready to publish. So from that perspective, it makes very good sense to do that. But let's say you're a public speaker and you speak on a number of, say, motivational topics on a regular basis. Then I would recommend a different approach. I call it the 1-3-5-9 method. In other words, let's say I have one topic that I speak on, health and wellness. Well, I take 3 parts of that, maybe heart health, brain health, and gut health. Okay, so that's the 1-3. Now, if I look at this thing as an organizational chart that blends down, the 1 is the top, 3 are the 3 things I'm going to be speaking about or writing about. And when I'm speaking, I try to break things into groups of 3. So a 3 by 3. I have 3 things I want to tell you. Here's the first one. Here's 3 things about that first one. Here's the second one. Here's 3 things about that second one. Because when you break it down into a 3 by 3 matrix, it's very easy to remember and provide back to people. But when you're writing, you want more information out there. So now I get down to my heart, brain, and gut health. I want to tell you 5 things about each one of those. And so it might be diseases of that. It might be the nutrition of it. It might be a number of different. So I have 5 different things I'm going to tell you. Of that first of the 5, I want 7 things in there. So I'm just exploding down with information. And if you're in a topic area that you just have more information, you know what to do with, this organizes it very well. You may not want to get below the 5th level, but if you have something that has a lot of depth to it, that might be a way of organizing it so you can bring that in. Or you may end up saying, let's make 2 books out of it. So from a book coaching perspective, that's one of the things I do to help people is, number 1, who's your audience? How can you get to them? What value are you really presenting to that audience? And on top of that is, what are you offering that other people aren't? Have you done a competitor analysis of your field, of the authors in your field, the number 1 to number 20 top bestsellers? What do their covers look like? What are their prices? What are their sizes? How many pages in each? And I'll take and lead my clients through each one of those so they have an idea. For this particular genre, here are the top authors. Let's take a look at what they have in their table of contents, if there is a table of contents in the book. And we go through each one of these things and take a look at it. Yeah, if you look at the books in that genre, most of them have a picture of them on the author on the cover, and you don't, well, they're the best-selling authors. Maybe you ought to have one. Or maybe not. Maybe if none of them have a picture of them on the cover and you want to put yours on there, maybe that's not what is needed to have your book be competitive with others. So we take a look at what are you alike and where you dislike, and what is the real value you're offering to other people. So from that perspective, that makes it very, I wouldn't say simple, but it makes it easier to understand. The other thing is you need to have 2 parallel tracks. The minute you start writing and the minute you start marketing your product. So if you're starting down this thing, you got social media. Tell the world, I'm writing a book on whatever. What do you think about this title? What do you think about this one? What do you think about this cover? I usually get 4 or 5 covers and I'll put them on Amazon or on Facebook and say A or B, B or C, C or D. And I found out a long time ago, what I think looks like a really good cover as the author is not what other people want. You want readers to make a decision on what that cover is. If I'm walking in a bookstore, chances are I walk by a book, I see them all over the place. If it's a cover that captures my attention, I may stop and look at that book for 5 to 8 seconds, or maybe slow down as I'm walking by. But if it really captures my attention, I'll spend 5, 8 seconds on the cover. I may pick it up and turn around and read the back. I may spend twice as much time there, maybe 15 seconds. But if there's something in that front and back cover that causes me to open the book, I'm generally going to go to the table of contents. I myself usually go to the copyright date because I want to find out how long ago was this book published. Then, chapter 6, so I go here to page 53 and I take a look and see what's in it. I've spent now maybe 30 seconds, maybe 40 seconds with this book. chances are I have it in my hand. I may actually walk out the store with it. So that book cover is super important, but the cover, the title is not necessarily as important. Why? Because if you have a title that's 1 or 2 words, how are people going to find it if they have no idea who you are? So you have to have a subtitle that captures the key words. If somebody's just doing a search on books for cake decorating, for whatever, you need to have the real identity of that book in that subtitle. So you can have your basic title, whatever you want, and you can't copyright a title. Anything you want to do, you can do. It's open for whatever you want. So now you have a cover. I used AI for one of my most recent clients. He had 4 generations of people, of family living in Texas, and all living literally in the same home since the Civil War. And he wanted this kind of background. So I took AI myself, had some photos created with his specifics. I sent him 5 photos and said, okay, he liked these 3. So we sent those 3 to a designer. We said, okay, here's what we want visually, but here's the extra stuff that I need to have, plus to have the font and the text and everything else put on it. So you can use AI for some generation to help you actually create that cover. I found that AI helps a little bit with editing, but you got to be really, really careful, because in most cases, when you say, edit this for me, it's going to summarize and you're not going to get the desired effect that you want. So from a book coaching perspective, that's something I can help people with. From a publishing perspective, again, I just minimally, I give you exactly an ebook, a paperback book, and help you anywhere I can along the way to get that thing done. I have people who edit, I have people who market, I have a lot of other deals that I can send you to people who specialize in those areas. So with that being said, I think my 15 minutes is just about up.
Phenomenal. Phenomenal.
Excellent information, right, Dr. Chen?
Yeah, absolutely. I love the fact of competitor analysis, looking at the top 100, because sometimes when you're in your project and then you do all the stages, you never think about doing research, because you think that your book is okay. You think that your book will be acceptable. I find it amazing for you to do that. I just love your work. You're a great blessing for anyone.
It makes sense, because if you don't know what's out there, what are you offering people above and beyond what they can get anywhere else? Now, if you say, here's a couple of really good authors on these, I've read these, I like them, but they didn't talk about this, that my book goes into a lot of detail on, or something that is similar to that. And if you know who the other authors are, it gives you more credibility in the same field you're in, because now you know your competitors and what they offer. So it helps in many different ways.
Red has so many incredible ideas. I mean, I'm just like a sponge. And Dr. Chen, you've got so many great ideas too. You two should collaborate. We're going to bring back, we've got someone backstage who's, I don't want her sitting there. She's been with me since the beginning also. I actually found her through LinkedIn. I went to LinkedIn and I searched psychic, and I went through all these people. Her name came up. She and I met on a Zoom. We had some kind of technology issues. And anyway, we just hit it off. And she's been doing shows with me every Friday at 3 p.m. Eastern time. It started as the Pet Psychic Show, and we would interview various people. And she cares so much about this planet. Her heart is so big. We started a new program called Coexistence and Sustainability with Pet Psychic AMINAH. Let's welcome her. She joins us from California. Hello, hello.
Thank you, everybody. It's great. And Red, wonderful. I'm so thrilled every time I get to listen to all what you guys do. It's amazing.
Yeah, you know, AMINAH will listen to the shows as she's doing things. So she's not necessarily watching, but she's listening to it. And she's like, oh, this person said that and that person said this. So she really is a big advocate for our platform. I would love to have you share. Obviously, you are a psychic, you're a pet psychic, but you also really care a lot about this planet. And as I've said before, as a result of knowing you, I don't buy cut flowers. I don't use hairspray. I don't use self tanner. I don't use makeup removal things. I don't burn candles. I could go on and on, but you are so passionate about every creature having a reason for being. And we as humans just come in and say, oh, that bug, squash, I don't want it. But meanwhile, that bug has a role. So tell us about your passion for taking care of this planet.
Thank you so much, Dr. JACALYN, for the platform, for the time, and just the place to let everybody know there's a different way of doing things. There's usually 10 different ways of doing something. It depends on where you are, who you are, what your finances are. There's a million reasons. I have been very fortunate to be able to hear animals since I was a kid. When I was younger, I just thought everybody did. And then once or twice, by the time I was heading towards teenage years, I'd say, no, don't do that. Didn't you hear him say he doesn't like it? And then I get the look from children, excuse me, from the adults. And I would go, I don't think they hear what I hear. So I stopped using it in the first person until I became an adult. I added a college degree. I added working with animals of all shapes and sizes and people. And you come to a place like this where we have somebody. You and I met through coming into this platform. It was wonderful. And if I'll use that as my example, that we hadn't met anywhere, except for online, but you were open to the information. So it was easier to say, this is really what I do. This is really what I hear. This is really what I can contribute. Now, I feel very strongly about all the things I can do for the wild and domestic animals. There are so many that are misunderstood. I'm still trying to figure out the mosquito. Anybody got a tip? Let me know. Because I've been to Alaska. I've been to places where mosquitoes are ginormous and they bite you and you got the biggest itchy bump everywhere. But I love helping in that same thing of you understanding the coyote that keeps coming to your house, or the skunks that keep spraying your cats, or whatever your need is, I can help with that. I've either experienced it and or worked with it or studied it, or I can look up something new. I'd love to hear from somebody new. That would be amazing. So mosquitoes don't have much to say. So they're not giving out any information. If any of you have a line to a mosquito, just keep them away from me, because I hate the itching.
Fabulous. Thank you. Can you tell us why it is that you felt it was important we should switch from just talking about you doing readings, because you were doing readings and we were talking about people that made their own pet food. Why did you want to switch to this topic of coexistence and sustainability?
Well, the title alone that you came up with is pivotal and so important to today, to where we are today. If we had tried to use this tagline, I think a year even before, or 3 years ago, everybody's like, I understand the words, but I don't understand the use. And maybe they would have come sooner. But now that it's much more commonly used, I'm absolutely thrilled that we are getting so much traction with people going, okay, how are you putting this in? How are you joining this? How does this get put into action? And that's what we're doing. And you are wonderful. Again, I can't say enough about how our relationship has just grown into such an easy, wonderful place, because you're asking the questions and I'm being able to fill in the topics that people really want to know. How do I deal with that dog, cat? I don't do much with fish. Any of those things that are really, really important. and really, really important to talk about and say, okay, I've got my neighbor's dog who barks constantly all the time. How do I get that fixed or done, or how do I coexist with them? This is just some of the things that we talk about. Another thing that I know, I'm not unique, but I don't run into too many people can do this. I also talk to the dead, people or animals. It doesn't seem to matter. And when I was young, I wasn't afraid of that either, because they were not ghosts or spooks or whatever. It was a great time to have a conversation. If you've ever lost, which probably we all have, lost somebody in our life, it is so healing for at least me, and hopefully others, that I help do this and get that experience of talking to their past pets, or talking to their past family members, loves of their lives, whatever that is, that we can have that conversation. I have been turned down by a few people who have died. And in one instance specifically, it was the one that sticks out the most. I asked later, after we were off the call together with the woman who had asked me to talk to a deceased relative. And I said, can I ask you, why was this different? And it wasn't for her better good. So many people don't realize we don't get everything we want or think we need. So many times it's because it's not necessary for your well-being. So keep that in mind when you ask anybody a question, unless they're going to do plumbing in your house. Excuse me. Go with that and find out that it might not be healthy for you to know the question you're asking for. But there's always a chance that they have another topic they'd love to discuss with you and relive moments with you. Everything's personal. I think all the coaches will say that. We can have, this is what step 1, 2, 3, but maybe we go 3, 2, 5 instead, because that's what fits you. That's what fits your situation. And I know for myself, always trying to figure out the best.
Thank you, Pet Psychic Amina. We're going to be bringing up your website, and I want to let people know that every Friday at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, which is 8 p.m. British Summer Time, we do our show together. And each week there's a different animal that we're studying. So yesterday we talked about the bald eagle, and I always learn information about the animals because there's so many different species that how can you know everything about all of them? So do join us on Fridays. So we're looking at your website now, and I want you to just highlight something that's going on here in the picture.
Because I finally told you about it and said, did you find the kitty?
So there's a kitty hidden here. Does
yes, and it's not a green bush kitty. It is a orange tabby. So that's what you're looking for. And I never usually give that out because it takes everybody so long. It's like, no, this was taken when I was creating Bridging Worlds, and that the creativity. So I was going for a walk in my neighborhood, and here's this little kitty peering out at me, the bougainvillea, which is the name of the plant. Yeah. And if you know bougainvilleas, they have spines, they have bite backs. So, but it came out fabulous. I don't remember the kitty's name. I did ask my neighbor what the cat's name was, but didn't seem relevant to put on the website.
Well, there's a lot of great information here, including our shows, which I really love. Thank you. Absolutely. And ways for people to contact you. So Amina, for someone who is joining and they're thinking, oh, I need to train my dog, or I'm having some kind of behavioral issues with the dog, or they're looking for a public speaker, what are the services that you provide, and who would you like to contact you?
The best one is a phone call, meaning you email me. That's the best way. I see emails everywhere I go. I can go to the doctor's office. I can see your email. I get to you sooner. On a 90% chance, you're going to hear from me within the hour or so if I'm not already booked. So I really try to get back to everybody quickly. Most people like just a phone interview, something over the phone. That's fine. I don't charge more for videos. The only larger charge I do is if I show up at your house. Because that, as you can imagine, car, train, bus, nobody's flown me in yet. But, and it's because I don't encourage it. It's unnecessary. I don't want you to pay for something that you're not getting the value out of it that I think you can. So I always recommend, let's just start with a phone call. Let's just start with something really, really simple. And 99.9, I've never had anybody jump over to a different modality, because we can do Zoom, we can do videos, we can do all that. And sometimes I'd love to see the pet, because we're dealing with maybe a birth defect on the cat or dog or horse or whatever we're looking at. So the nice thing is we can start at a basic phone call, see how and what you need, and if I was able to address it. And we can always move up to the bigger, easier, you know, with a Zoom or a video of any kind. So I'm pretty just easy to go with. Let's just try a phone call, see if this helps enough. And luckily, about 99% of the time, that's enough, because I do know how to, you know, see the problem, even if it's just energy wise, and you don't have to go to the expense. I would rather people get help than have a exorbitant cost.
And the email address is bridgingworlds2018@gmail.com. And again, you can watch Pet Psychic Amina every Friday with me, and we always have fun. Very, very easy for us to collaborate. Let's bring the rest of our team over.
Yay.
Wow.
Hello, hello. So I don't know if you've all met Amina before, have you?
Robert, you're new for me. But Red and Madeline, yeah, we've done this a few times all together.
We still have Amina, yeah.
So you know what? We can make a collection of all the backgrounds and say, yes, I was there, and yes, I was there. Because you come up with these fabulous backgrounds, Jacqueline. And it's just like, okay, well, that makes that show for me really visually easy to pull out. Yeah, see, Madeline's the same way. It's like, yeah, I can pick out that one. I don't have to look at the date necessarily. Because we do keep them and we do repost them, I'm sure. I know I do.
Yes, definitely. Definitely. Do any of you have comments or questions for Amina?
I had a comment this morning. I said I was going to get in touch with Amina to a friend on Facebook. She's having a problem with her dog. I said, anybody know? I said, let me get some contact information. I knew you were going to be on the show today. So you will have an email from me today connecting you with someone else. And I'm sure you can help them. It's just, anyway, just passing something along that will happen today.
Thank you, Red, very much. And it means even more with all of us being professionals. And so I really, really honor you thanks for the referral. It's the biggest thank you, you know, in a profession you can get is when people refer you.
Absolutely. I love that. Thank you, Red.
Yeah.
We're going to bring our next guest up. Her name is April Frampton. And as I talk about all the time, the power of networking, the power of collaboration. So Joseph STETTER, who's one of our team members here, his show is Resume Whisperer and Corporate Culturalist. He had on a guest, and Brandon Eckel was the guest, and Brandon and I came on and did a show. And then Brandon was somewhere at a conference and met April and introduced April to me. So then April did a show, and April was with us for reunion part 1 the other day, and she was so great. I said, come on back. So she is an expert when it comes to guerrilla marketing. She has a very cool approach. She actually goes out into the community, and I should say communities, and she gets to know the local businesses, and she coaches them on how to elevate their presence. And she actually puts together events where they're giving away products from the businesses. And then she has these really cool social media, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok events where she is talking about music and she's getting the audience engaged, and she'll play short snippets of music and then ask people to guess. And she loves to be in costume. I don't know what she's gonna be wearing today. I'm only kidding, I can see her. All right, let's welcome April Frampton to the show. Hello, April.
Hey.
Thank you.
Hey there, April.
Oh my
She's got
gosh.
real balloons. Look at that. She's got real balloons there. The same colors.
Oh, she has.
Look at this. That's awesome.
I do. You know, trying to do the background, I try to pop it in.
Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. She's trying to do something and we lost her.
She's bringing in that background again.
So she does her programs from her phone for a specific reason. So on your phone, I don't know how you put on a virtual background, but April, can you hear us? April, can you hear us? All right, we'll bring her back when she's oh, there she's back. Okay.
Okay.
There you go.
There we go.
Don't touch your phone.
Sorry
I'm
about
gonna swallow it.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not going to touch my phone. I'm very excited to be here. Thank you, Dr. JACALYN, and to everybody that I've met so far. You guys are amazing. I mean, I love learning about other businesses and finding out what you do. And if there is something I can help you with your business, that's what I would love to offer. So I guess I can just go ahead and get right to it to talk a little bit about what I do. My name is April Frampton. My company is Hey Ape. So here's a little story behind the Hey Ape. So it's actually taken from a 1970s cartoon. I've been called Ape literally my whole life. So when I started working with businesses and I had like a business, like a discount attached to it, it's just very easy to remember. Mention Hey Ape, save 20%. So I'll describe a little bit about my background and how I got from there to here. So in kind of my entrepreneurial journey, I actually have a background in filmmaking, which now I use as making content, content creator on social media, do a lot of live stream. And so as part of that whole thing, I actually do a lot of giveaways. So I'll just go ahead and tell you a little bit about my company, what I do, what a guerrilla marketer does, and then I'll just kind of have some fun little stories with you. All right, so there again, my name is April Frampton. Hey Ape. So I developed a plan through guerrilla marketing that is marketing strategy, and it's a plan to help businesses get dialed into their marketing. And when I say get dialed into their marketing, a lot of times there is a very busy business owner and they're overwhelmed. And so we sit down, and this is actually what I've come up with. It's a vision board. And this is actually something that I sit down with them and show. I'm just a very visual person to help. So it's a pretty straightforward approach. We have them define their why, and then we focus on we only focus on 3 things for 90 days. So, and I'll kind of get more back to exactly how that all involves. And then what I do is I actually come up with a creative, structured plan for the businesses to get either their products or services into the hands of consumers. And when they do that, if they offer any kind of a discount, whether it's in person or online, if you say, go ahead and mention Hey Ape and save 20%. That is how.
Hello, hello. Where did you go? All right. She'll be back in a moment. I hope. All right. Let me bring on my co-host. Oh, she's back. She's back. She's not back. She's not back. She's back. She's back. She's not back. Do you know anything about guerrilla marketing?
Do I know anything of guerrilla marketing? Well, what I love about April is the way that she invents herself, but at the same time, for representing guerrilla marketing, she has the same branding as in the look.
Yes.
With the hat and with the color. The colors.
I love the fact that she went out and bought balloons to match our branding. I mean, that's unbelievable.
That was fantastic.
some nice coins she spent there. That's amazing. All right, she
Yeah.
just
She's
dropped
here
off.
now.
She dropped off. Let's bring the other team members back.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone.
Hey.
Oh, Amina's gone now too. So what's your experience with guerrilla marketing, if any?
I know there was a guerrilla marketing book out maybe 10 years ago. I'm not sure how she aligns with that particular book, but it was fairly well known, still well known. In fact, I may just take a quick look at the guerrilla marketing has been a term that's been used for quite a while.
Agreed. Let's look at her social media handles. So she's on Facebook at April.Frampton, and she's also on Instagram at Hey Ape. I know she's on Facebook at Hey Ape as well. So everybody connect with her if you can. I love when people form new alliances. She's trying. I hear her beeping in, and all right, Amina's back. Amina was frozen. You're back. All right. Amina, you have any experience with guerrilla marketing?
No, I try to keep the gorillas in the zoo. Come on, you guys walked right into that. Come on.
It's perfect for the pet psychic. I love it.
Exactly. It's like, okay, you're really going to leave that one right out there, right? And that was off the top of my head. I didn't plan, I just was going, oh, now I'm gone again here. Let's reboot this thing. But you asked me such a silly question because it was perfect for marketing.
It was.
No
Definitely.
gorillas. I try not to. They're great huggers, I understand, but they carry fleas, and I just
yeah, it's a whole other story. April's trying to connect. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to go on to our next presentation, and then April can join us from the beginning. So right now we're going to go and look at a presentation that is from the author of this book. So I'm going to spotlight myself for a second, if I can figure that out. So this is the book. It's Dementia Home Care, How to Prepare Before, During, and After by TRACY CRAM PERKINS. And I have to tell you something. My sister and I each got a copy of this book because our mother had dementia. And when you're taking care of someone with dementia, which is what I was doing for 3.5 years, there's so many emotions that you feel. There's so many things that come up. There's so many things that you have no idea what's going on. Like I was on my own emotional journey, a lot of anger that I was feeling and fear. This book addresses almost every possible thing you can come up with. Why? How? Because TRACY is a 4-time caregiving survivor. She had 4 family members with dementia that she personally took care of with a full-time career and as a wife. And so she put this book together. And since she published this book, I think she has 20,000 copies. I don't even know. It's a lot of copies. She's won all kinds of awards. And so we're going to take a look at her video that she shared. She couldn't be here today. So let's take a look at that. And I'm going to find her video. Give me a moment. Here it is. Is it this? No, I have it here. Just give me 1 minute. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Okay, here it is. Now I have to forward it. I wanted to run it so I could make money, but no, we'll skip the commercials. Here we go.
Hi there. I am TRACY CRAM PERKINS, the host of the Dementia Home Care Show here on USA Global TV and Radio. I am also the author of the book of the same name. And you'll see this QR code. This is for an extended version of the same talk. So if you want to see the full hour-long version, feel free to scan the code and go to that website. But in the meantime, stick with me. We'll talk about 5 little-known secrets to make it a little easier to do dementia caregiving. First of all, let me give you a little background. I am a 4-time dementia caregiving survivor, and my Alzheimer's story didn't start until my father was found unconscious in his apartment. And he came to in the hospital and was diagnosed with moderate Alzheimer's disease. Now, one of the things that we didn't plan for is that my sisters and I had decided to divvy up care. She was caring for my dad. I was caring for our mom. We were still sharing the care, but each of us had split the power of attorney. And so we didn't have the power of attorney to take care of the existing parent at the time that we needed to. So here's what happened. The hospital, assuming that we would return him to his apartment and not take him to our home, refused to release him to our care because they thought we would end up back in the hospital 3 days later, which is typical. So unfortunately, because I didn't have power attorney and I didn't have HIPAA access at the moment, I had no say in what happened to him. And he ended up going into a group home. Well, this started a 5-month-long journey where we were trying to rescue my father from the system. And he went from bad to worse to yet worse. And he kept escaping because he didn't really know anything wrong with him. All he wanted to do was go for a walk, and he didn't understand why this was happening. And so he would escape. And of course, he would escape up to 5 times, and then they would send him to the next more secure facility. He also ended up in 2 geriatric psych wards for behavior issues that were related to drug interactions, because every time he would exhibit a behavior, the doctor at the facility would give him one more medication to control it without removing any of the prior medications. So we had multiple problems going on. So with that in mind, let's talk about some of the things that's happening to the brain. So let's take a look at this. Okay, what you're seeing on the left-hand side is a healthy aged brain, age 55 and above. The one you're seeing on the right is an Alzheimer's disease brain. It is in moderate disease. It is shrinking. It has holes in it. The memories that were in those holes no longer exist. So let's look at how the brain works. When you're learning something, let's say in kindergarten, you learn how to tie your shoelace. Well, then by the time you're in 2nd grade, your brain remembers that information from tying the shoelace and applies it so you can learn more quickly how to tie more complex knots. So the brain is hardwired to do this for us. So it helps us learn faster so it doesn't take us long to acquire knowledge. So if somebody has a hole in the brain and you've asked them a question and they come back with a very strange answer, it's because the brain is looking for the information and they pick the closest to wherever that hole is. So that is why you're not getting the correct answer, whether they're giving you something that never happened, as far as you know, or or you're saying you're getting frustrated with them. So understand that you can not bring them back to where you are. You have to meet them where they are in their timeline and give them a place of safety, a way to anchor them to bring them safely through whatever's going on around them. So let's look at some tips that we can use to help do that.
Take a look at this obscure device because that's Elon Musk's latest invention. He has been warning everyone that artificial intelligence is advancing so fast that soon it can replace all jobs and make humans obsolete. So he developed this device to help us survive that AI threat. And he did it right here inside this building. I'm here to report on this breakthrough because, according to Wired magazine, this device could usher in the next step in human evolution. I believe this new invention will revolutionize the 11.9 trillion.
Okay, the first thing I want to talk about is the whiteboard. Now, I stole the whiteboard idea from the hospital because I just thought this was a fantastic idea. With the whiteboard, you can write down the day, the date, and also all the activities they have, whether it's doctor's appointments, exercise classes, anything that they're going to be doing that day, you put on the whiteboard. Then, and this is the best part, if they ask you a question over and over again, this is how you can handle it with the whiteboard. The first time they ask you the question, answer the question, smile, and laugh. Then you're both laughing, and it's like, oh, okay, that's the answer. Then when they repeat it 5 minutes later, you go, oh, that's so funny. Okay, yes, it's blah, 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 blah. Okay, the next time they ask you, you write it on the board. Okay, after you've written it on the board, then when they ask you again, you point it to them and say, I'm sorry, I'm busy doing such and such. Can you please read it off the board for me? Now you've empowered them with a tool where they can get their own answer, because that's the problem. They're lost. They can't find their own answer. You have just supplied them with a tool to do that. This doesn't work 100% of the time, but it does work quite a bit of the time. All right, the next tool we want to talk about is the calendar clock. The calendar clock was my aunt's favorite tool because whenever she'd wake up from a nap, she thought it was Saturday. And you can see by the clock on the calendar here that it's Tuesday. So it would help her orient. Now, the other thing that you can do with it is it comes with an app so that you can program in special events, birthdays, appointments, anything that you want your loved one to remember. And then you can use it in conjunction with however they used during their lifetime, or when they were earlier in their lifetime. Perhaps they used a desk calendar so they can go back and forth and compare so that they know for sure that that's where they need to be and orient on the day and the date. So this is a great tool. for your loved one, because then wherever they see it, they can find it and get their own answer. Now, one of the things you may not be aware of is that people with dementia lose their nouns first, specifically with Alzheimer's disease. So one of the questions my mom once asked me was, the dog drank go juice? Now, I didn't know if she was asking me for more coffee or if she thought the dog needed to go out for a personal moment. I didn't know. So I had to figure that out. Now I know, because there's tools available that you can use that didn't exist when I was caring for my mom. The caregiver cards are a wonderful example where you can actually show them either the pictograms or the short sentences that are listed on there to help your loved one identify what the problem is. So you can say, can you point to whatever that is? So whatever the go juice is, can you tell me more about the go juice? And show them the pictures until you find the right one. It doesn't take long to get familiar with this and learn how to use it with your loved one. And once you do, it now becomes a respite tool, because every other family member that comes over, any friends, anybody that's going to give you respite, teach them how to use it. And then they will have a good experience as well. And they won't have the stress of having to figure out what's going on or why their loved one's melting down, because they don't understand how to fix it. And then you also will get more respite because everyone's happy.
Hot rooms turn icy cold instantly without AC, while slashing electric bills.
The next tool I'd like to share with you has to do with a pill minder. Now, for people that are in moderate Alzheimer's disease or before, actually usually it's mild to early moderate, can use this tool to take their medication without having issues where they're going to over medicate. So, for example, let's say that you have a loved one that swears up and down they took their pill, and yet you find their pills scattered all over the house. What you can do with this is you can load it up. It has 28 trays, so you can do up to 28 days, or you can do any increment thereof up to 28 days in the pill minder. They cannot open it because it requires two hands and it's rather complicated. It also comes with an app. So once they take the pills out, because there's an alarm that alerts them to take the pills, or you can record your voice to remind them to take the pill. Now, here's the caveat. If you're using your voice to remind them to take the pill, you need to change the message every 2 weeks, or you're going to start seeing them refusing to use it because they will get affronted and offended that you're reminding them to take the pill. So the other thing is, it does not circumvent if they pour the pills out. You get the text message saying that they've taken their pills, they get distracted and they put it on the counter. Does not help with that. Okay, so you want to definitely realize that there are problems, but for the most part, it will help your loved one stay on track. Now, my favorite tool is using the memory book, because you're going to tell their story. I consider this one a threefer because you can get multiple uses out of this. First of all, you're going to gather photos of your loved one from the age of 5 up to their current age. You're going to set them up in chronological order, no more than 2 pictures on a page. You're going to also include everything from their story, their favorite pets, places they've worked, places they've worshiped, any place they volunteered or organizations they belong to, any schools that they went to, any significant events in their life in this book. Now, what you want to use it for first off is as a conversation starter. So when you have family members come over to visit and suddenly the conversation stops and your loved one is just staring but not responding, you can place this in their hand and open it up and show them a picture and ask them to tell you a story. More than likely, you might get a recovered memory or an epic work of fiction. Either way, enjoy that moment. Now, here's some things to keep in mind. You don't want to have more than 3 people in a photo. If you have more than 3 people, they will find it very confusing. Also, limit the sentences to 8 to 10 words, because if you go longer than that, they will forget the beginning of the sentence before they get to the end. Now, here's a really important one: removable pages. Here's why. When they get to a certain point in the dementia, they go back in their timeline and they won't recognize themselves. So if they are looking at a picture and they're getting upset, remove that photo because it doesn't jive with what their brain is telling them is the truth. So you want to remove that page. You can slip something else in there. It could even be an art activity or something you did with the grandkids or the kids, or whatever it is that you're doing. You can replace that page with something else. Now, here's the last little item.
Good
God, man. Stop eating those. You're going to blow up. No, I'm not.
If your loved one learned English as a second language, they can lose that ability to speak English in as quickly as 2 weeks from either a fall or an illness, sort of somewhat, for example, say pneumonia. So something that affects their cognition and they can no longer speak. Now, here's the part where this will come in handy. When you create the first book, you're going to create a duplicate in their native tongue. That way, when they stop speaking with you, you can use it as a tool to figure out, okay, what's going on? And they'll give you physical signs. They might just stare at you. They might start weeping. They might refuse to look at you. If you put that book in their hand and have them look at it and they respond and they understand the language, then you know that you either need to speak to them in their native tongue, or if you never learned it, get help from an interpreter, or have a card deck that has the words in English and in their native tongue. Or you can create your own, something you can do so that you can enable the communication to go through. Now, here's another thing you could do with the memory book. If you're at a family outing and your loved one, everything is going great perfectly. The kids are playing, everyone's talking, everyone's having a good time, and suddenly your loved one gets up and is going, "Get out of here! I want to go home! Get out of here!" Okay, they've become overwhelmed. Consider this. Somebody with Alzheimer's disease, they have tinnitus on steroids. They're having a hard time processing background noises. They have no way to filter it out. And so it's really confusing and overwhelming to them. So you need to move them to a smaller space. Take that memory book with you. Make sure you have a space organized ahead of time so you can take them to a smaller room that might be a little less bright or more bright, depending on the situation. Wrap them in a weighted blanket and then give them the book to look at or play their favorite music. Either one will help them get back to calm. Also take care of their other needs. Make sure that if they need something to drink or something to eat, because it could be that they need to go to the bathroom. It could also be that they need to they're thirsty or they're hungry and they have no way of explaining it. Okay, going on to music. Music is probably the most powerful tool in your toolbox after laughter. Music is a way to maintain connection. It sticks with your brain longer than any other thing, including reading. So it is embedded in our DNA practically. You want to use this because when you're having an issue with somebody, you can play their favorite music if you move them to another room, something that makes them happy. You can, if they're getting out of control, you can start singing songs together from their childhood. Just make sure that you enjoy it and you have fun. Now, if you're doing a long distance caregiving, then what you can do then is if they start walking away from the phone, before they walk away, and you know this will happen, start singing songs with them. Even if it's happy birthday, anything you can do to get them to connect. You can also repeat what they are saying to you on the phone. It might confuse them at first because they're not used to having anybody repeat them. And then what you're ending up doing then is you are connecting with them on a much deeper level. And one last thing I'd like to leave with you is works by other authors that I find impressive. So these are some of my favorite books for caregivers. Surviving Alzheimer's by Paula Spencer Scott. Learning to Speak Alzheimer's by Joanne Koenig Costi. It's great for helping you make your home more dementia friendly. The Bible of Dementia Care is the 36-hour day. The Caregiver's Guide to Dementia by Gail Wetherill is a fantastic book. It's very short. It's only 100 pages, and it's got really great advice. Creating Moments of Joy Along the Alzheimer's Journey by Joanne Brakey is a very, very wonderful book. It saved my bacon. I just referred to it all the time while I was caring for my family. Share the Care is another fantastic book, and it teaches you how to create a caregiving community around your loved ones so that you have support all the way through their passing. And Creative Care is the last book I want to leave you with. It's a great tool for connecting you with your loved one. So one last thing I'd like to say is we're out of time. Thank you, but my show airs on the third Tuesday of every month, and you can view past episodes on YouTube. Thank you, everyone.
Wow, let's bring April up as well. Yeah, I mean, Tracy did a great job. As I mentioned to you, what she knows about dementia caregiving is unbelievable. And she helped me so much. She helped my sister also. What are your thoughts? What comments do any of you have or feedback for the presentation for Tracy?
Very well done. I like the process that she used to just take us right on down. I thought it was exceptional. That's the first time I've seen that particular presentation of hers. So now she's talked about some of those individually, and she actually went into a lot more detail this time on some areas that, wow, that's kind of interesting too. So very informative. I liked it a lot.
Thank you, Red. What else? Amina, you're on mute.
I would just I really say I really appreciate especially the visual presentation. I actually have a parent who is currently in memory care, and before I really understood, so he actually has Parkinson's. My dad has Parkinson's, and what I've understood with Parkinson's is it starts to become onset dementia in their world. And early on, music plays a vital part of my life. And I put on Don McLean, American Pie. I have never heard the man sing a day in his life. He started singing along with the song, but what transitioned during this song, he talked about dates, times as clear as I can ever remember him having that conversation. So, and that was a comment that I actually had made to my mom. And I said, when he's having a moment, put on something familiar to him because he's in memory care and this is all new to us and him. And there are those days that are great and the days that are not great because he's just trying to adapt to his different thing. So I so appreciated the whiteboard and the visual presentation because that becomes their world. It is a reinforcement. They're not different. We just have to adapt to theirs. He doesn't need to adapt to ours. We need to adapt to his. So that is a very great presentation. I so appreciated it.
Thank you, April. And thanks for your transparency. I know it's a tough time. Amina, you were going to say something, but you're okay. There you go.
Yeah, I figured if I put myself off mute, it'd be the one time the cat comes to kill something or something. Why is it when we get on live, something like that always happens? See, everybody's laughing. Everybody's going, yep, I know about that. So I'm like, no, I'm not touching that mute button. So sadly or wonderfully, whichever, we have Alzheimer's on both sides of my family. Both my parents suffered through that. And my mom's parents, my dad's parents died before I was around. So we have it pretty fixed. So everybody's on a watch. These are amazing, wonderful things I wish we all knew 5 generations ago, much less my grandparents and or my parents watching my mom go through it. She really, really struggled with trying to figure out where she was and all of the stresses that we could. And all 5 of us, I'm one of 5 siblings, really, really went all out to make her ending just as happy as we could. But this book would have given us that kickstart to make those plans, to have that language. I find that we all struggled always with understanding why they're talking about they want to go swimming. And we're like, we don't have a pool and I'm not letting you in the water. But my dad worked at the high school. So he had a pool. We always had a pool. We just got to drive there instead of our backyard. So we don't understand the language. We don't understand anymore what they're saying. At least that's been my experience and a couple of people I've talked to that have gone through this. And my brothers and sisters talking about, no, we got to keep it here and there. And that book will give that wonderful hit. So I'm thinking about all the people that I can't wait to get. Hopefully she's done it digitally also because the people I've talked about.
Yeah, it's available digitally, and I just want to show a couple things.
Wonderful.
What she has on each chapter is she has these large boxes of information, so it makes it so easy. She's got recipes in here. The funny thing is that my mom had already been diagnosed with dementia, and I didn't know Tracy. So once I met her and I read the book, I made so many mistakes because you don't know, your loved one, and then all of a sudden they're not acting the same way. And they're saying things that don't even make any sense. My mother said constantly that she had just been out walking on the boardwalk. I'm like, There is no boardwalk here. Look out the window. We're in Florida. There's no, but she's insisting. I see it there. And I would get really angry, but she was thinking about another time when she was in New Jersey or wherever. So anyway, I just suggest that anyone who has this in their family, pick up a copy because you're going to save yourself. I'm not a paid spokesperson. I guess I am ultimately, but what she puts into this book, it's a lifesaver and it'll save you a lot of emotional trauma. So thank you, Tracy. And Red, thank you for being here. I know you have to leave shortly. Anything you'd like to say before April does her presentation, Red?
No, just thanks very much for the opportunity. I really and truly enjoyed it, learned a lot, and look forward to the next one.
All right. Thank you very much. April, we're going to go back to you as though you never said anything from the beginning. So feel free to start all over again. And don't touch that phone.
I'm not going to touch anything. Yes, I will not. I will do nothing. I will just give a quick overview of a little bit about me. So my name is April Frampton. My company is Hey Ape. Where it developed is actually from a 1970s cartoon, Grape Ape, but it's actually been a tracking code for businesses, and I'll kind of get to it. So the term guerrilla marketer, you may or may not understand what. So guerrilla marketing has been around for generations, for years. It's word of mouth, and it is to date the most cost-effective way to get your products or services into the hands, to the hands of consumers. And oftentimes, how many times, like, say you want to get your hair cut, or you're looking for a place to change your oil, you make a phone call, or you put on social media, hey, I'm looking for a recommendation. That is word of mouth. So when this plan that I've come up with for businesses is the guerrilla marketing or business to business. And what it is it's it's an intuitive, a strategic plan that helps the businesses get focused and dialed into their marketing. And what I've realized is that with 4 years of doing this, and I'm also a content creator, which I've had, many years of being a filmmaker. So I've turned that passion into creating fun content, live streams on social media so that I can consistently, whether I'm making a post or I'm in person, that I'm constantly engaged with people, communities, businesses, nonprofits. And the term so my tagline is changing the world one connection at a time. And it is true. I cannot say how many contacts and people that, literally it's in a weekly basis. It could be 5, it could be 20. I'm always connecting businesses and people together. And I so just want to give a quick shout out to Dr. JACALYN for really kind of giving me that little plug. And I truly appreciate, hearing about your businesses. So when I say, let's get dialed into your marketing with businesses, I come up with a creative, structured plan geared towards their vision with, getting their services or products into the hands of consumers. And I am an extremely visual person. It is that filmmaker in me. So this I've actually made. This is what a vision board for a company would look like right here, right there. So it would be focused on their colors of their logo. So if your colors are yellow and red, that's what I would say, post on social media. But then what I do is I just take this format and I basically tell the businesses, you may have 25 things that you're focusing on. I want you to figure out your top 5, and we're only going to focus on 3 for 90 days. And that's where the visual part, because when we get done, so I try to set a 30-minute one-on-one with a business owner and to really get dialed into what exactly that their feelings, thoughts that they want to achieve with our meeting. So that when I'm sitting there, I'm writing this information down and we're done, I've actually created a vision board because I'm like, so you're concerned about this. Well, this is my recommendation. So I almost am like a business coach to the business or to the owner that is completely overwhelmed, worrying about employees, worrying about the schedule, worrying about this, going to meetings, all of this. I kind of take a few things off their plate, even though it's small, keep it simple, silly. It could be a matter of a door closing for a business by not focusing on those small things. So then let's get to the Hey Ape. What in the world is Hey Ape? Hey Ape is me. But what is beautiful about the Hey Ape tracking code? It is what we call an ROI, or return on your investment for the business. So if they say, hey, mention Hey Ape and save 20%, and they have a BOGO, a buy one, get one free coupon, that is going to be a tracking code, because when I give those out at events, I give those out in person. It is a very systematic, structured plan for that business to see their return on their investment. Now, this is another part that I've developed because it is very visually appealing. So then I come up with ideas for the businesses. I know that you're not going to be able to, but these are just suggestions for businesses. So some of the suggestions might say, do a mobile coupon, do a price deal. The thing that I teach businesses, and I have to tread lightly when I tell, because I'm not trying to tell a business how to run, but technically I am teaching a business owner how to run their business when they may have gotten lost or they're just frustrated. And so I just say, well, if you give a couple of your products, do not be afraid to give things away. And here's the thing about free is the value that is attached. I'm going to repeat that one more time. Free is only in your mind. Free is not really free ever to me. Free is the value that is attached to the business. So for instance, if they have a gift card for a service, let's say you have a heating and air service and they're offering a 20% discount on it, that value may take $50 off, but that above the $50 mark, if that customer sends a referral, they've just beat so that they're actually getting referral and they're a repeat customer. You just did a buy-in as a relationship to the business. So you're actually buying a relationship by doing a giveaway, offering anything that you can to sell your service or your product, because business or people will be sold on you before they are ever sold on a product or a business. Then the next thing that I've developed after I've actually had a 30-minute one-on-one, and we've come to the agreement that let's go ahead and see what we can do in 90 days. Now, I tell them, we're creating your vision board. Now, we're only focusing on 3 things for 90 days. And this is what the second part, it is called the 3 and 90 method. And it does month 1, 2, and 3. And it basically does suggestions for the business, followed the guidelines of the platform that I've set up through trial and error, what works, what hasn't worked, through the very word of mouth, because with social media, it's a perk, but the business to business and in person is always going to be my first and foremost engagement, collaboration. I always use the term collaboration versus competition. If you have somebody that's in your field that's very similar to you and they've been doing it for 10 years and you are brand new, I strongly recommend getting to know that person, because they're going to be your best friend when you say, when you're starting a business, to go to somebody that has been in it is going to be very helpful for you as a business owner, or even if you are an employee, it still is going to help you. And I've been meeting a lot of entrepreneurs that you may not have all the answers, but you do have everything here and here. And it is sometimes really important to listen to your head. But make sure if you're gauging something in your guts, like I'm just not feeling it, 110% always listen to your gut, because that will be your number one guide to success in what you're doing, and even trying to communicate with a business owner. Because what I realize is sometimes I've lost clients because my communication with them was not very clear and there was a huge misunderstanding. And so instead of taking it personal, I'm like, okay, well, let's define what it is that you think I'm not doing or what I could do better. So something like that. So here's just an example of like month 1. I might suggest treat your business like a grand opening. If you've been open, say even for a year, you're still a brand new business, because if a new customer comes in, they're new to you. And so you got to treat it like Beauty and the Beast. Be my guest. Put the magic to the test. So you're inviting your business either to an online or in a brick and mortar. You're inviting people to your business. You partner up with companies. I call it the triangle effect. You connect with 2 other businesses and they can help you promote your business and you can promote theirs. Collaboration over competition is always a win for both and everybody. It's a win for a business and it's a win for your customers or clients. Month 2, you may offer discounts on certain days. Now, I'm just going to speak on behalf of because I work with a lot of franchises. So I'm going to use Nothing Bundt Cakes as an example. I know for a fact that Mondays and Wednesdays might be what I call the doldrums or your dips. It may be a dip in sales. You have to create strategic marketing of your why. If somebody is a brick and mortar and you're across the street from a drive-through offering the same service, you've got to entice that client to come to you. So that's what I say. Offer things that you don't normally offer. If your sales are a little bit down, do not be afraid to share the wealth. Let them sample your product. Give them a gift card. Give them a BOGO. Give them a reason to come back to either your service or your business. Month 3, and then I'm going to just kind of repeat this. This is again called the 3 in 90 method. So it is a platform so that they follow this for 90 days because we're only focusing on 3 things for that business. So in month 3, let's say your sales start decreasing. Now, if you are a business owner and you have employees, my strongest recommendation is do not be afraid to role play. If you're seeing a decrease in sales, it could be maybe that somebody came in and they may not have the knowledge or the education about your business. Well, if you are a salesperson or you're trying to promote something and you are not informed, I don't see how you can increase your sales if your people are not if they're not educated in your business and having a clearer understanding. So do that. Offer referral cards, do punch cards, just anything that will get them back to your business that will help. So then I've also come up, so that is the 3 in 90 method. Then I've also come up with the triangle effect. What the triangle effect is very simple. The triangle is always you at the top. So that's 1. The bottom, over here, this triangle is 2, and then 3. That would be business 1, who is you, and you're in the middle. Think of a caramel. You are surrounding yourself with all the counterparts, but you're at the top and in the middle because you're surrounding yourself with your collaboration, your connections, your businesses. You always have to be the main focus. And yeah, go ahead and brag about yourself. So I actually started working with a business coach, and they always say, facts tells, story sells. What is your story? Get your story out to people. That's what I will, say to business. When I sit down with a new business owner and we kind of start getting down to the nicks and crannies, I'm like, well, what is your story? Like, what brought you to this level? And people do like to talk about themselves, even though when they may not, they're like, oh my gosh, I never share this information. But it's really important to understand the why, because your why is to a client or a customer to help show their why. I'll repeat that one more time. You have your why, and then when you are showing a client or a customer their why, it is because you are the best in the business at whatever you're doing, whether you're a speaker, whether you are selling a book, whatever your business is, it is yours to call yours and be passionate. Talk about it. People will be drawn to that energy and passion. Everybody wants to be a part of something. And they're like, I love it. I don't even know what it is, but I want to be a part of it. A little bit goes a long way. So that is what I call the 3 C's: connection, collaboration, and communication. Okay, I'll repeat that one more time. The 3 C's: connection, collaboration, communication. And let's see. The last part is, and I will always say this, that word of mouth advertising is the most cost-effective way to get your product and services into the hands of consumers. Because it is old school, but I kind of use this scenario since we were kind of talking about grandparents, and I had mentioned my dad that, growing up, I actually did a podcast with somebody that invited me to their podcast, and it was talking about being an entrepreneur. And a question was asked to me that really struck me, like, kind of off guard. So the person that was interviewing me said, so what inspired you to be an entrepreneur? Do you have anybody in your family who's an entrepreneur? And I said, no. But then I just said, wait a minute. Yeah, I do. So my dad was actually a high school teacher, and for a side hustle, they sold guns, antiques, and I spent a lot of my childhood at antique shows, gun shows with my dad, like learning the tricks and trade of selling, like actually helping him at the business, helping him do this. Then my mom, she got her license as a hairdresser. They put a shop in our home. And so my mom, even though she was home, she was, working. But I think back to those times that really what I saw my parents do, they were the king and the queen of being entrepreneurs. So it's not new. And I would say how you describe me in one sentence, it is a guerrilla marketer. It is old school marketing meets social media. That is what I do. Because social media, if you're not on social media, I do recommend having something on social media, but that's it. And there again, my name is April Frampton, and this is what I do, the guerrilla marketing. One thing I do have to do a quick little plug about is right here. This is me. So a lot of times I'm actually working with a photographer. I tend to use myself in a lot of things to either wear hats, I wear beanies, I wear t-shirts, I wear rings. I wear a lot of clothing that represents a lot of businesses. So that's what it is. And if you like music and you like film and television, I actually do yes, and this is my Instagram. You can follow me. So my Facebook is April Hey Ape Frampton, and that is Facebook. Wednesday nights, I do have a rock and roll, it's a fun facts and trivia program. And I started there by doing giveaways. Here is my Instagram. It is April Frampton, but it's just Hey Ape. It's HEYAPE _. That's it. Hey Ape _. And you'll see if you come to my social medias that there is a lot of creative content, because between the content that I post and the live streams that I do, I'm always shouting out a business. And, one thing I love doing is collaborating with other businesses. And even if I'm not working with them, I have no problem giving your business a shout out on social media. And generally when I create a reel or I post on social media, I tag a lot of businesses to bring awareness to my social media pages, so that people can follow me, because the more that they follow me, the more awareness that a local business would get from me on behalf. Because if I do a live stream and let's just, all intents and purposes, I'm going to say this is sponsored by Dr. JACALYN. I would actually put the information for Global USA and TV and to follow her at her social media. Or Nothing Bundt Cakes is another great one. And you can see here, I do on Wednesday nights, I do
the decades. Yes. I hope you brought your A game to this game. Let me give a shout out to local businesses. Yes, it's all about supporting local businesses. Not only are we supporting local businesses, I want to give a shout out to a lot of people that I want to give a shout out to you and thank you for supporting, this program. For over 4 years now, we have brought, we brought another element to this. So let me go ahead and give a shout out and get started. Let me go ahead and give it out to Nothing Bundt Cakes, located in Bountiful. Also, I just started working with Sketty to Go, located in Layton. Let me give it out to Acoma Studios. Yes, absolutely. If you're looking for a photographer, let me give it out to Acoma Studios. Also, let's not forget those pearly whites. Yes, Woodland Park Dental. It is correctamundo. And if you have not been to the expansion of Chinatown, I highly recommend going and check it out. If you are looking for a sweet treat, check out Yagut, located off of 9th and 9th, right off of 9th and 9th in Salt Lake City. Yes. A little shout out to some of the businesses. Yes, it is true. Yes, some of the businesses. And that's where we're going to go ahead and leave it. A little shout out to the businesses.
So there's a little plug there so you can see I was a little bit struggling, but that is when I started live stream. That is how businesses get recognized on my program, whether it's a live stream or social media. And there again, I am April Frampton of Hey Ape. You can follow me at my socials. My website is actually getting redone as we speak. I'm coming up. And another thing I'm actually coming up with is I have the marketing, but I'm developing an advertising package for businesses that whether they're marketing with me, they'll have a presence in person, online, and also with a one sheet and a newsletter. So I'm putting that together. The creative and the creator never stop creating. I've always kind of come up with this. So if you guys tune in, I can tell you this much. And I know that you're on my program. If you guys drop in my comments on my live stream, or if I'm doing a Facebook Live, I have no problems giving a reference or a recommendation to your business. If you just say, hey, Ape, this is me, this is my business, I would love to do a shout out. So you can follow me at my socials. I want to also give it out to Dr. JACALYN and her amazing team for, bringing entrepreneurs and business owners together from across the world to make those connections. And let me go ahead and just say this. Let's go ahead and do our part and change the world one connection at a time. And I think, I'm not sure if my time is up, but there we have it. Woo!
Oh,
Well done. Well done.
Thank you.
I love it. I love it. From the balloons
change the world
to the whole presentation. It was fabulous. So
Thank
what
you.
comments or feedback do you have for April? We'll start with Dr. Chan.
Hey, April. Nice to see you again.
Thank you.
I love the fact that you said, let's change the world by making a connection, one connection after the other. What I find amazing about you is taking old school marketing and presenting it to the social media. And the most that I found interesting was the way that you explained about the giveaways. I thought giveaways with a company, if you give things away, then you lose out. But you've just explained that it's value attached to your business. And I'm going to look at things in a different way now, because I've been thinking, oh, I shouldn't give that away, shouldn't give that away. But thank you for your wisdom.
You're so welcome. I had a situation with a business that wanted to set up a fundraiser, and when I recommended a 25% give back, they're like, we're going to lose money. And I'm like, no, you're not. If you guys get 30 new people to your business and you give a portion back to a cause, let me tell you, you just did a buy-in to, let's say, a school. You just did a buy-in to your business. I'm like, you've got to change how you think of stuff. Because if you attach a value to anything that you do, whether it's a product, a service, whatever it is, you can give a little piece of you to somebody. They recommend, and you just got 2 new businesses or 2 new clients. That to me is your ROI, how you invest in your business.
I love it.
Thank you, April. And thank you, Dr.
You're
Chan,
welcome.
for the question. Amina, do you have anything you'd like to share with April?
I'm really looking forward to the book and the putting it down, because what I find is I get too absorbed on one path and I forget about the others that need a little attention at least once in a while. And it's keeping track of all of that and where do I want to be and who do I want to be in front of. So thank you. It looks like a great plan that you have the steps and you can go back and refer to them, because we all get overwhelmed and I do also. And it's just like, okay, where did I post last and who did I didn't keep a chart. And that all was really handy. So April, thank you so much.
Yes, and I will actually pass this along to Dr. JACALYN, that I can give her to send out in an email to you guys, that if you want to take a look at this, I'd be happy to help you with this. Because the thing that I recommend for businesses is I tell them that you're going to create one vision for 90 days. But here is the thing is, think of a whole year. So you will have 4 of these by the end of the year. Because your 90 days, at the end of 90 days, you'll either stay what you're doing. If something's not working, do not keep doing it. Change your focus. Even if it's one thing, try it for 90 days and start incorporating that into your 90-day 3 and 90 method. So that is really helpful for businesses to do that.
Yeah, April, please send me that. That would be fantastic, and I'll distribute it. We're just entering our 3rd hour, believe it or not, and we still have 5 presentations left to go. Robert, anything you'd like to share with April before we move on?
You know, I learned early in the game that straightforward, that the more you share freely, the more people will come later on to actually purchase your stuff. The reason why is because they're looking at it like, holy crap, this guy's giving me this much now. Imagine when I pay him. And my coach happens to be the top marketer in the world, right? And he's taught me so much about marketing, and a lot of your style is in with his too. But he's teaching me all the old style marketing that people forgot, which is a style you have too.
Yeah, it is. And I will just leave this little thing. You guys, if you have not seen The Field of Dreams, I am going to recommend watching The Field of Dreams, because your business and you personally, you are building the Field of Dreams for somebody else with your vision. There you go. The Field of Dreams, guys.
You're rocking it, April. I love it. All right, let's move on to our next presenter. She's one of our team members here. She's also been with me since the beginning. Her name is Mariska Dupria, and she's in New Zealand. She's presenting via a video, so I'm going to play that. But I just wanted to give a quick backstory. So Mariska and I met. We both had signed up to take a life coaching certification. And during that course, it was during I think it was during 2019 or 18, I don't remember. We met virtually, and then we were paired up with people virtually to do role plays. And she and I got paired up together, and I really liked her. And in part of my giving of myself and my story, I said, you know, I really am sick a lot, and I feel like I'm not where I'm supposed to be in terms of my career. And I was in corporate, I was traveling the world, and I have ulcerative colitis. I was always sick, and it wasn't really a great way to be if you're out traveling. So she said, let's come up with a plan for you to retire. So we came up with this plan. It had parts A, B, and C, and I think I got to B- or something. And it was on the refrigerator, and I had the date I was going to go and resign from my career. And it was very scary. And she was the catalyst, the person who was there beside me to come up with the plan. And she's still here today. So her name's Mariska Dupria from New Zealand. She's on A Woman's Prerogative on Mondays, and she's also one of our expert presenters on Talking Heads. So let's take a look. And I have to fast forward through the thing. So give me a moment here. Where am I? Okay. So we're going to skip this. Go to this.
Hello, USA Global TV and Radio. I am so honored to be part of this reunion show. Now, I'm all the way on the other side of the planet in New Zealand, so it's a little bit early for me, but Dr. JACALYN gave me the opportunity to inform you guys what I get up to while I'm not sleeping. So I am a leadership development partner and coach. And what does that mean? Well, if you are a specialist that wants to move into leadership, or you are already a leader in your space and you want to either upskill your own leadership or move into that next position, that is where I help out. Now, I know that for a lot of leaders, we aren't always too sure when we would need a development partner or a coach. And my question to you would be, well, do you find yourself and your team functioning optimally? And thinking of all the ways in which possibly you may or may not be serving your stakeholders, those people that rely on you as a team to do something very specific. And no, this is not only tasks. They might even involve some relationships and networks that we need to build. So understanding all of those elements are things that we look at, as well as how to really get ourselves and our teams engaged in the work that we do in order to create and bring into life everything that we want to be able to create and bring into life. Because, well, without you as the leader and without your team as a team, there is definitely going to be some form of gap. And having clarity on what gap it is that we are filling and our purpose, what we are creating in the world, makes it a lot easier to then start and create those things in a world in a human environment. So if you have any interesting conversations coming up, or finding yourself in a space where you know you can do better as a leader, do get hold of me either via my email, which is mariska@journey2discover.com, or alternatively, you can also find me on LinkedIn. Send me a direct message there and we can start our conversation. For now, enjoy the rest of the reunion show, and I am sure we will cross paths at some point in the not too distant future. Bye-bye for now.
Almost like she was here with us. So cool. Okay, can anyone hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so what I did was, for people who did videos and sent them in, I ran them through the YouTube checker because the files were too big. So I didn't think about the commercials. So I apologize, but I'm making money while they're playing. So what can I say? Okay, so we've got some additional presentations. I'd like to go over to Dr. Chan right now for you to do your presentation. Are you ready?
All right. Well, okay.
All right, so I'll give a little bit of an introduction. So Dr. Chan and I met on one of Ian's shows, I believe, and Dr. Chan reached out to me afterwards, and she said, you know, I feel like you have a song that needs to come out. There's a voice that wants to be heard. And I said, you know, I always wanted to be a lounge singer. My dream was to wear that dress that Michelle Pfeiffer had on, fabulous Baker voice, and just lie across the piano and sing. So anyway, she gave me a gift of 10 singing lessons. And even though she was in London and I don't know if I was here in Florida, we made it work. And she even had me in tears because I didn't realize how much emotions I had blocked inside me. But when I would sing, it would come out. It was just incredible. And we wrote some books together. We actually wrote a song together with Mariska, who you just saw, and Lala Music, who performed it. We've got the Creative Hearts Awaken book. The first one, we're working on the second one. We're looking for some other collaborators. And Dr. Chan has grown exponentially in terms of her skill set as a TV show presenter. And she's no stranger to the screen. She's an award-winning singer. She's been performing for years. And when we first started, we played all of your sponsorships, which were great. But she's a true angel, and she does get downloads, and she's very spiritual, and she's very much about people moving from the 3D world on. So with that being said, she's one of our expert presenters on Talking Heads. She's on A Woman's Prerogative. She has her own show here with the Film and Music Show. And she also does the Corner Bookstore once a month. Did I miss anything?
No, you didn't. You got it all. You got it all. That's all.
All
wow.
right.
I'm
You're
super
15
impressed.
minutes.
Thank you for that shout out. Incredible presentation from analysis of my works. Yeah, I'm known as a soul heart awakener because my journey has been about always being creative. I've always worked creative with songs, with the voice, with writing, with singing. Everything has been, I've been more creative than actually being logic. Every part of my life has been about following my heart, my intuition, where sometimes it didn't really go down well, but this is what I do. And now, especially the golden age, it is about shifting that mindset into your heart and living that balance of the inner world and your external world, and having a balance of light and shadow, because the light is not, the shadow hasn't completely disappeared from this world. So what we have to do now is just rebalance it, and we have to know. So what I do is I help people to connect to their true inner voice, their star child within, help them to connect to their divine mission, help them to connect, to listen to their intuition, to understand about the feminine energy and the male energy. That is not of a gender. The male energy is about when you go out and you action things. First, you put things down on paper or you type it up, and then you have to put things to action. But then you also need the feminine energy, which is the intuition, to know when to understand that things don't happen all at once. And if this rejection comes along, you have to have that feminine energy, the inner intuition, to know there's certain things that need to be learned. And when you're manifesting things, you have to also realize that the universe doesn't necessarily answer you and say, okay, you're going to manifest this. We're going to give this, because it's according to divine timing. And that's what we have to learn. We have to surrender and learn about divine timing. So what helps in divine timing is being childlike, is remembering that passion, remembering why you wanted to sing, remembering why you want to entertain, remembering what you love about writing, what you love, anything that you do in this life. You have to remember the passion and the beauty, and also remember that someone out there has created something from their passion as well. So this is what I am. I'm a soul heart awakener. I'm an awarded singer-songwriter, and I've used this gift where I'm now able, with my team, to be able to help people to take their brand, their life story, the celebration of their family, or even to remember a loved one and not having the words to say. Me and my team at Songs for You, we help you to create your song brand, your life story. And one of our guests today, one of our presenters is Robert J. Moore. And we created It Could Be You. He came along to me, brought me his book, and he says, hey, you know, little lady, if you're a real songwriter, you can take this book and turn it into a song. Well, I can't take credit for that. It's Audi who's the lyricist. So what I took Robert's book, I highlighted certain valid points in his life. Then I gave it to Audi, and he put it into poetry form. And then I asked Robert, what style of songs you like? And he goes, well, I like a little bit of a rock and a little bit of, I remember rock and a little bit of maybe I think rap or something. I don't know what it was, blues. Anyway, we did this song, It Could Be You, about Robert's life. And Robert took this song and he was really, really happy with it. And on his life about reinventing freedom, he had this as part of his life documentary, the song for that. So I really believe when you do things for free from your heart, it comes back in a great abundance. Here's Songs for You here. And if it says, tell your story, which is, sometimes people don't want to keep on reiterating or recapturing the hurt and the pain. So all you have to do is say, okay, you've seen what I do, what the company, what it's for, how I can help, what's the value. but you need to know my story. So here, take this and listen to it. So they take it, listen to the story in a song, and therefore you don't have to go through all that with new potential clients or students. Also, there you go. It could be you. There we are. And we had Miles Finch, who was a lovely singer, kind of like a country pop singer. And myself, I sang on there as well. And we had Audi and Martin Jimson from Music Bunker with the recording studio. And we just decided, let's just do it. Pete Headley, Alex Jimson, great, wonderful live musicians. And we all put our efforts into it to make this happen. It's incredible when you all work together with that one vision, what you come up with. And so the fact with Songs for You, it would be fantastic. Can you imagine a song that is the family generational song? So you're looking forward to your little baby, the parents looking for a baby or babies, and the grandparents, the uncles, everyone that's present in the family write something of how excited they're looking forward to having the life and the birth, and also the life with the new member in the family, the new addition. Now, when that baby grows older, feels alone, that baby or son and daughter just puts that song on, and they instantly get that beautiful comfort of love, so they don't feel so alone. So they feel loved and cherished, and it raises their vibration. As honestly, I really feel family generational songs in any style or genre is going to become a trend. You know, you have the music industry, well, we're going to have the people's music industry. And oh my gosh. All right, then there's as a novelist, I have Star Child, which is, I'm very spiritual, so it's about love over war, good over evil, looking at the way our human ways are and how cosmic beings from other planets come and help the humans to realize, to shift into the love, to shift into unity. And they do this by certain color, vibration, and sound and frequency. You also get to learn about the different beings, the Zingarians, oh my gosh, the crystal lights, which I named them after crystals. And they all have their habits and their telepathy and the colors and the vibration. It's almost like you're going into the Star Child universe, seeing all these different planets and how they're helping Earth, Mother Earth, the planetary being, her sister, to become into her greatest version of herself. Then I have Words of Divine Love and Wisdom, which I wrote when I was during COVID. And it's about sonnets, poems about transcending from a 3D matrix to awaken and learn to connect to your heart, your soul, your divine mind, your divine soul, your higher consciousness, everything that is, you become connected, but you have to go through the dark night of the soul. And that's what that is about. It's about making that transition. I think that, Creative Hearts Awakening. Oh my gosh, here is that. I got together. It was Dr. JACALYN that said, let's make this book, Maddie. I said, wow, great idea. So we have always followed our creative hearts, our inspiration, all of us. And I was really fascinated with the fact that we need to now catalogue, make a new movement of these creative hearts awakening that have a passion and a purpose in this life, how they can help humanity, the collective consciousness, how they bring their brand through, what inspired them at that time, how they can impact the world and share their story, their adversity to awesome, their soul song, their soul brand. And that's what Creative Hearts Awakening is about. We've got Creative Hearts Awakening Book 1. We're looking now for professionals in every field that are connected with their heart and working with the Creator to create greatness. And lastly, myself and Dr. JACALYN were working on the power, which is the power of listening, which is Dr. JACALYN's courses. She asked me, let's work together and let's see what we can write. So we joined together and we came up with a course, first of all, about breathing, about being relaxed, about being able to sing, about your affirmation, what you want in life and how you want to achieve it. So the power of voice, music, voice, and listening. And then, of course, which is the most important right now for everyone, the masks are off, is facing the shadow of self. We are all going through the dark night of the soul. We are now in that timeline where masks are off, and we need to now look at how our behaviors, our actions, our thoughts are from transitioning from the 3D dark night of the soul. All our anxieties, all our pain, our suffering, our dramas, our karmic lessons, our ancestral karmic lessons. We have to bring this and bring it to the surface, have the understanding. Well, actually, not even the understanding, just clear it, just surrender it, and start to listen to our intuition. And then we have male and female energies that I was talking about earlier, about the male energy being the action, the doer, the creator, co-creating, bringing that into creation, but then birthing the idea. That's it, birthing the idea. But then you need to bring it out into the world, and that is the intuition. That's the feminine energy that brings the magnetizes the opportunities. Don't go out there in a desperate attempt to go out, because what you have will attract someone out there. And if it doesn't matter. You can't be liked by everyone. Everyone can't love your product or your saying or your way of life. Everyone won't like it. And you have to understand that. Number one, you enjoy and love what you're doing. At the same time, everyone else will feel that vibration. And if they don't, it doesn't matter. They're on a different journey. It doesn't matter. We're not here to judge. We're not here to blame. We're not here to condemn. We're not here to criticize. We are here to co-create with the Creator. And through our desire and requirement of what we want to wish to manifest, we do this by shifting our mind into our heart and acting on the inner intuition with our outside reality, and blending and balancing our male and female energy. And then, of course, there's plants, the power of nature and plants. I love it. I believe in this life we have to have a balance. AI, digital technology, but then Mother Earth, going back to the organic, going back to the nurturing of our true self. We have to have that balance now, and we have to teach our children this as well, the balance, because they're especially gifted at these little ones that are coming through children are gifted anyway, but especially these digital crystal children. But they want to be connected to the earth. So if you want to go on the courses, please do go on Dr. JACALYN, thinkific.com/collections. Please do contact me on my social media, Dr. Madalene Chan, LinkedIn. Have a look at my website. And I look forward to hearing from you, anyone that wishes to have a song about their brand, or about their life, or about a celebration, or the family generational song, wishes to connect to their inner voice, to express their soul voice, or wishes to finally come and have the understanding of the trends and the 3D of life, to transcend into a heart-centered life, to receive abundance and being able to co-create with the creator and understanding divine timing and a true alignment. Yep, I think that's 15 minutes.
Woo! Good job. Great job.
Thank you.
That's a lot of good information. Thank you so much. Oh, and Robert, thanks for dropping that song there. Let me post this as well. Okay, so we do have a few more presentations, but I would love, Robert, can you just share what your experience was like with working songs for you, and what's the value that an audience member, somebody watching, if they have a book or they have a special occasion and they put it into a song?
Yeah, when you start off with looking at a song, like I was never into music before, just listened to it, couldn't sing. I'd scared a stray cat away. You know what I mean? And I'm not interested in singing either. It's just not me. I'm interested in empowering other people, bring them to a new level in a different way. But when it came to relaxing and listening to a voice of somebody else singing, it's pretty cool. But then when you hear your own story pop up all over the place, it's kind of, wow, it's kind of different. Yeah. You know what I mean? It really overwhelms you at first. When it took a long time to put it together. We went back and forth, and Adi had, man, the guy's a cool cat. You know what I mean? The guy's a cool cat. I love what he does for a living. I'm not allowed to say it, but I love what he does for a living. You know, he got a lot of respect for him. And even yourself, Dr. Chan, there, I mean, you and I, we talked a lot about putting this together. There was a lot of, oh, should we do this? Should we do that? And by the way, it was never rap. I'm not into rap.
Oh, was it rap? Oh my gosh.
Nickelback and stuff movements like that, but never rap.
Nickelback, that's it. But honestly, Dr. Jacqueline, Robert, honestly, we said a different styles, and we did it in all these different movements. It's an incredible epic song. I would call this
my documentary has
an aria.
As of this morning has 11 awards this morning. So really your song is up there 11. And you don't even know this, but I'm going to tell you this now, but there's a lot of big league people out there that have heard your song and that love it, and they're debating on coming to you to talk to you about it. Shaquille O'Neal, he heard it himself. I was talking to him. He's heard it. You know what I mean? Other people like Al Pacino's stepmom before she died, she loved it. You know, like I know a lot of big people. You know that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Robert, who owns the rights to the song if we play it now? Are we going to get a copyright infringement?
Yeah, we're going to get.
Oh, you're good. You're good. You're good to play. Go for it.
Okay, let me.
And Miles is the singer. He's amazing.
Miles is good. He actually called me the other day. I was talking to him. He's a bit mixed up right now. He's going through a little bit of his brain. So
let me share my screen.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, if the screen goes black, that means YouTube has a problem. We have to shut it down. But here we go.
Oh, I don't know.
I've been a husband, brother, and a son. Called a friend to no one on my own since 17 to make my way through shattered days. Never listening to anyone. Spent my youth on the run, fighting instinct to get me by, bottling drugs to keep me high. Everyone I loved I betrayed. One of many mistakes I made. Arrested and locked up in jail, another fool in a crowded cell.
Just because you've fallen doesn't mean you fell. Decide your past and love yourself. Put back the pieces and you'll be one. Hear my words, don't you come undone. Just because you've fallen doesn't mean you fell.
From a warm bed at night, living under streetlights, Never at home for a man like me. Lost my brother, cousin, and wife. More excuses, miserable life. Giving my kids to my dad's sister. This whole world was killing me, but I was the only one that couldn't see. Live in a fool's life, I never learned that this whole world churns and returns. Wounds so deep and kept inside, and I'm wrecked in my painful pride.
Just because you've fallen doesn't mean you fell. Put aside your past and love yourself. Put back the pieces and you'll be one. Hear my words, don't you come undone. Just because you've fallen doesn't mean you fell.
Took a stand to my 12-step plan, never looking back at once was me. I had to be stripped of emotions and guilt so I could become the man you see. Never caring what became of me, never caring what others see. I went from a loser with many knees to a man of a purpose, I'm an enemy.
He took a stand, made his first grand, never looking back at once was he. He educated himself and taught anyone about business, strength, humanity. Awarded titles and accolades, seen his name at the top of the page. Forbes magazine wrote about him, about the entrepreneur he's come to be.
If the journey's easy, then it's just begun. You must suffer for the things you have done. Emotional, physical, and mental pain is the price that I paid to gain. I made a promise to myself that I become someone else. I'm not the man I became to be. Nothing left of once was me. Just because I've fallen doesn't mean I fell.
Wow.
Wow. And
That's some good stuff right there.
Jan.
Oh my God. I haven't heard that song for ages. Oh my God. Oh my
It's been around. It's been around. A lot of people have heard it.
April, did you know that was Dr. Chan singing?
I did. Only I knew that was her singing, and when she came in, and man, that was a very powerful presentation because, I mean, I spent the last 4.5 years educating people on singers. I mean, their history, rock and roll, but I mean, what I get is what I love about this whole thing, Dr. Chan and Robert, is that people know you. I felt that in my heart. I felt that passion. And that has been so important, especially when you're engaging with people. That is really good. And just say, I learned a lot about you watching the presentation. And I think what you've done and what you're doing is you really are changing the world. And I know it's such a silly thing to I just keep repeatedly say it, but I'm meeting other people who have the same passion and vision. And that is when you know you've met your tribe in your space, you know. That's it. That's what I say.
That was beautiful. I've heard it before, and I haven't heard it in a while. It was such a great idea, Robert, to share that. Thank you very much.
Well, I actually only put it just together within seconds when she was talking. I just changed my website, right? And all the stuff I was doing. And she said earlier, where is the song? Where's the song? Can't find it anywhere. So I actually put that video up there, and I did it within seconds and then put it on YouTube. It was probably, if you look, it's number one, only one strike for one person watching it.
Well, that was absolutely beautiful and moving. And the whole idea of taking the words about your story and putting them to music, I absolutely love. We have to move on to our next presenter, who is someone who has also been with me since the very beginning. And this is kind of a cool story. I was with Al Cini, you saw him in the beginning, and we were at RVN Television in New Jersey, and this woman was going to do a 10-minute spot about her book, which I have her book over there. And the book was sitting there, and she was calling in. Her name is Zane Carson Caruth. She's also a team member. And afterwards, I thought, you know what? I want to interview her on my show, Rapping with Dr. JACALYN, my radio show. So she agreed to be on the show, and then she couldn't make it. And this is something I want to share with people. I was so nervous. I wanted to ask her if she could refer me to anyone, but I was nervous to do it. I thought, who am I? I don't really know her. She's this published author and this and that. And I thought, I'm just going to write the email. I'm like, I'm sorry to ask this, but is there anybody else who can take your place in the interview? And she wrote back, my friend, DIANN FLOYD BOEHM. So I had a Zoom call with DIANN. We had this whole conversation. We got along really well. And then DIANN came to the platform. I think she had 4 shows at the time. Now she's the host of the United Kingdom News and Culture. She's really busy with her family, which is great. But so she's the co-host of this show. And she sent so many people to this platform. I can't even tell you, from all over the world, because she and her husband traveled all different places. And I have to thank her so much. And now Zane Carson Caruth is part of our community. Also, she has her show, Elegance, Polished Demeanor, Posh Living. So you just never know where you're going to meet your tribe. So let's hear from DIANN. She's an international award-winning author, and she's also been a beauty queen. She's also an educator. She's also really great with technology. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, sorry, Dr. Chan's book. We'll come back to this. Okay, so let's go over to DIANN FLOYD BOEHM. She's traveling today, so she couldn't be here, and I put it on YouTube. Let's take a look. Skip. Is it playing? Please play. Why is it not playing? All right, it's not playing. Let me come back. All right, can you still see me? Yes.
Yeah, I can see you, yeah.
All right, so just have a chat while I'm looking for this. But DIANN is just, she's so well connected, and she lives her life from her heart also. All right, I found it. Okay, we have to watch this. Let me share again. Sorry, there's a brief commercial, I guess, but we'll have to just get through it. Keep going.
You might dream of if you get in harmony with how these.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. I'm DIANN FLOYD BOEHM. I want to take a moment at this reunion show to give a big shout out to Dr. JACALYN. I've been so blessed to be with her since the beginning of USA Global TV and Radio. Dr. JACALYN, I want to take a moment to share with you what an incredible journey this has been, and what an incredible journey is awaiting all of us that are part of your network. Dr. JACALYN, you do more than just provide an opportunity for all of us who are part of your family to get the word and message out. You help grow peace. And I really thought a lot about that. And I even shared a tiny bit with you on the UK show. You do that, Dr. JACALYN, by giving so many people an opportunity to get their message out there, whether it's about peace, finding love inside yourself, people like myself who are authors. It's just incredible. And because you reach so many people worldwide, people who would, I've been in countries where they were afraid of Americans because of the propaganda they heard. I remember one person asked me, are you going to kill me? Because they had heard about America from this other standpoint. And for the first time, Americans were allowed to be in there. And they were just, the little kids were like, ooh, But because of your show, Dr. JACALYN, people around the world, excuse me, who would not have the opportunity to hear Americans, you now show them that we are peace-loving, beautiful people. And to all those who are Americans that are listening, you have the opportunity to learn from other people in other parts of the world that are part of USA Global TV and Radio. And as they say, we're always afraid of what we don't know. And so let's all learn how to love one another by watching USA Global TV and discovering the beauty of people from around the world. Dr. JACALYN, thank you for this opportunity to be on the reunion show. I'm sorry I'm not there live because I'd really like to be, but family calls. But now I shall take this opportunity to really share with your listeners who I am. So everybody, once again, I'm so glad you're watching our show. The reunion show is incredible. It gives you an opportunity to hear from various people who are able to be there or be here today that have shows. And we're so blessed to be part of USA Global TV and Radio. My name again is Diann Floyd BOEHM. And if you go to diannfloydboehm.com, you'll be able to find all my books, how to order them, which they are on Amazon, but you can also order and sometimes get discounts when you order from the publisher, like Norns Triad Publications is really good about discounts with my books. And then you can sign up for my newsletter. And I can't tell you how much I love hearing from people. I love you sharing with me that you've read the book or you gave it to your grandchild. You read the book with your own kiddos, or maybe your nieces and nephews, or maybe even in the classroom. However it is, I love getting these messages. I also have received letters or emails, I should say, where I've received a picture of like Harry, and they drew their own picture of Harry. And I was just so touched by that. It means a lot because, you know, as an author, you sit there and you go, okay, now I have the book out. Now what, right? And when you receive a warm, quick little note, email, it just says, okay, I'm on the right track. People are enjoying it. So sign up for my newsletter and also be sure to email me. And you can even send me ideas if you want. Okie dokie. Now, what kind of books do I write? Well, my tagline is to embrace imagination. I want people to put down all the electronics. I want you to look at the sky, watch it change. Where I live, we get really big, giant clouds. And ever since I was a little girl, my mama taught me how to use my imagination and find pictures in clouds. And I'm sure all of you have done that as well. And that's really a blast. And now I pass that on when I was in the classroom, as well as to my kiddos and now to my grandson. Embrace imagination isn't just about, you know, coloring and so forth. It's about imagining peace, thinking of a song or listening to songs. So I try to incorporate so many things in my stories. So my stories are about peace, love, to love yourself, to discover, and just relax. And also, I have a book called Charlie and the Tire Swing, and it's generational because it has grandpa, grandma, people in there. And when I get emails and parents, and this has happened several times, who say, I couldn't even finish the story today because my kiddo wanted to know, do I have a great grandpa? What's his name? What's my great grandma's name? And so they have this connection about their family. And I cannot even begin to tell you how much that means to me. I grew up in a family that's extremely close. Like, I know my fourth cousins, you know, how about that? And so genealogy is huge to me. After all, we, you know, just by some luck of the draw, we end up with the families that we have. And I love learning about them. And you kind of discover, well, I could go on, I won't. But anyway, there's Charlie and the Tire Swing. There's Harry the Camel. Harry lives in Dubai, and He loves horse racing, and he wishes he could be a horse and not have that lumpy old hump. But different things happen, and in the end, he discovers there is nothing better than being who you are. So it makes a wonderful discussion for families in the classroom, etc. I have a series called The Little Girl in the Moon, and they're the moonlings, and they live on the moon. And I'm writing a moonling language, and I'm really excited about it. So the moonlings, especially the little girl on the moon, loves Earth as much as we Earthlings love the moon. So in this series, a lot of different things happen. There's the big idea. There's the little girl on the moon, where you can find out who she is and even what she looks like. And that story is really, again, all about loving yourself just the way you are. You might look different, but it doesn't mean that that person who looks different can't be your very best friend. So that makes for a wonderful discussion with family and in the classroom. Then I have A Time to Fly, about a little bird. And this actually happened at our house, where my daughter discovered the birds were like coming constantly to this one little empty flower pot. So I turned it into a story, because there was this one little bird that was afraid to fly. And I kept watching this mama, say, it's okay. So I turned that into a story, because we all have these moments, no matter what age we are. Maybe it's even a job, like, oh my gosh, I'm starting in this new job. Am I going to be able to do it? Is it going to be okay? And we ask all these questions. Well, if we still do that as adults, can you imagine what it's like for kiddos? And so A Time to Fly is all about this little bird who discovers that he can fly and loves it. And then I have A Song of Peace. A Song of Peace is all about a little boy who just wants peace on earth. So he walks around the park with his neighbor, and his mom is there too, but he walks around the park with his neighbor, Mrs. Seals, and he explains why he wants peace on earth. And it's so beautiful. And before you know it in the story, he starts singing just peace, peace, peace. And before you know it, someone's filming it and it goes viral. And before you know it, everybody's singing peace. And eventually what happens is, for a moment, there is peace on earth. And wouldn't it be lovely if we could just really make that happen, even if it's just for a couple of days? Absolutely, everyone's happy. Now, the other book I have is Boomer, the Curious Bunny. That's my latest book. And I'm so pleased to announce that Boomer has done so well that Norns Triad Publications has had me turn it into a series, which will be out real soon. So Boomer is so much fun to write about him. Again, imagination galore. And Boomer, he just wants to discover the world. So come discover the world with Boomer, the Curious Bunny, and Norns Triad Publications. There's more stories coming up. I wake up with new ideas every day. And if I don't, then I go work out in the garden, or maybe I'm doing a little bit of sewing. Whatever it is, my brain's always thinking. So I hope you all have a glorious day. Dr. JACALYN, thank you again for having me. Thank you for having me be part of the USA Global TV and Radio. You will always have a special place in my heart, and I love you bunches. Have a great day. Blessings to everyone. Hello, boys and girls, and welcome to Story Garden. Your host, Diann BOEHM. I'm so happy to have you here today.
Diann Floyd BOEHM tells wonderful stories that warm the heart, spark the imagination, and unite people and families across generations. For children, Diann's Harry the Camel connects with all of us who've ever wondered how different our lives might have been if only we'd been born something better, like a wonderful horse instead of an ordinary camel. In the end, we all learn along with Harry that there's nothing better than just being yourself. Diane's Little Girl in the Moon looks down on earthbound children and wonders if they know she's just like them. A story of love, home, and the bond between mother and daughter, its powerful theme that we're each of us different yet all of us the same plants a seed in children that promises to blossom within a loving and trusting grown-up. Diane's new biography, Rise, recounts the experiences of her grandmother, Ruby, to reveal the hidden strength of the human spirit. Ruby's story inspires all of us to become the best versions of ourselves. You'll find all of Diane's delightful books and much more at DiannFloydBOEHM.com. Visit DIANNFLOYDBOEHM.com. That's DiannFloydBOEHM.com.
There we go. Diann Floyd Boehm, her presentation, and then a couple of her sponsorships. She's been a sponsor since the beginning as well. So what feedback, what comments do you have? Diann will definitely be watching this later. What do you want her to know?
I just want I've known Diann, but honestly, she's the most lovely person, and her imagination is amazing. The way that she keeps coming up with all these different storylines with the animals and her peace, her heart. Yeah, she's incredible. I just love the stories that she's a true inventor. She's a mother of invention. Definitely.
She's an amazing storyteller. She absolutely is. Yeah.
One thing that comes to mind is I have a lot of people who reach out to me because of doing my program to work with a lot of young people. And one thing that has resurfaced over and over again is they want to come up with some things to help kids with mental health. And the one thing I think that, a kid will see me, here I'm like running a business and they see me wearing Metallica shirt. I've got red Vans on. I've got a Beetlejuice backpack, and it doesn't matter what age it is a conversation starter. And I can have a 16-year-old kid talking about themselves, or like, oh, I don't talk about myself, because it's a connection. And so what she's creating is really a connection, not just children. She's creating a connection for legacies through her books and storytelling. Because the one thing that really resonated with me is when I first started, I had people say, Abe, you should do this or you should do that. I'm like, I'll listen all day, but no, I'm not changing a thing. And when you own who you are and you just become authentic and become uncomfortable, that is when you have hit, you literally nailed you've nailed it on the head. That's what I resonate with, is that book when she said, do you feel different? Yeah. All the time, but it's okay. It's okay to be weird. That's what I would say from that book. It's great.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing. I have to say that I had to go to play her sponsorship because I started crying. I was like, I got to get it together. Robert, what are your thoughts?
I got a kick out when she said she was really excited when she found out her book was published, and now what? I remember that moment 500 books ago. You know what I mean? Because I really did put out 501 books right before I sold the company. So when I first had that first book out, it was like, what do I do now? How do I get it out there? Where do I put it out there? And then all of a sudden it started floating out there. Things started happening. Chicken Soup for the Soul, put one in there, you know, and then being on New York Times and all this other stuff. It's unique how the book can actually put you in different places, you know. And then all of a sudden, Resilience actually was on Forbes. Forbes was pushing my book out there like crazy. It was like, wow, what's really happening here? But that excitement to me was I'm chasing more excitement. You know what I mean? That was me. I'm chasing more excitement. It's like a kid at Christmas time. You get that gift, and then all of a sudden you put it down and you don't give a crap about it no more because you already experienced that. But the thing is, how do you keep that flame alive is by looking at the achievements and staying in the moment. A lot of people don't do that. I never did it because I'm a goal achiever. I just go right to the next goal. You know what I mean? When you're sitting there talking to people that Cinderella, for instance, the lead guitarist, was one of my students before he died. You know what I mean? It's like one of my best bands I've ever known in my life. And here I am coaching the guy. You know what I mean? It was crazy, the stuff I've done and seen. People from, you know, all over. Reggie Russ, football player, you know, Buccaneers. Here I am coaching him. It's like, wow, what's really going on here? These are all in books that I've introduced myself out to the world that happen to bring these people to me. So these books will get you places.
So true. That's such a great point to once again encourage people to write a book. We have one more presentation, but I want us to watch a little video that Dr. Chan will love. This is the song that we wrote along with Mariska. You already saw her, and then it's performed by La La Music. Here we go. And this goes to one of the Lady Ella books. So Lady Ella is the character that's in the book that we use to teach children how to listen. Let's take a look.
When we speak, we don't hear. It's abundantly clear. Listening lace is creeping, and nobody's gonna win. Look someone in the eye. If you don't, they surely will cry. You don't hear a word I say, 'cause you always look straight away. Listening laces drive people crazy. Listening laces making us blue. Listening laces, communication goes hazy. Listening laces, listening laces. Da 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 da. Listening laces drive people crazy. Listening laces making us blue. Listening laces, communication goes hazy. Listening laces, listening laces. When you interrupt your friend, you will surely have to make amends. Lady Ella knows the way to help you listen better every day. And what's that? It's listening laces! Ba-da-ba-ba. Listening laces drive people crazy. Listening laces making us blue. Listening laces, communication goes hazy. Listening laces, listening laces. Listening laces drive people crazy. Listening laces making us blue. Listening laces, communication goes hazy. Listening laces, listening laces, listening laces.
You know what I think is so cool about that? Just at the very end, when you see those credits, USA, London, New Zealand. That is so cool that we worked all together. And this is the book. I just wanted to share something about it. Lady Ella's on the back, and she represents my real great niece. This is her. Every book she gets older. But anyway, what I wanted to share was all the animals on the book cover and in the book are real people. So this is Al. We saw him earlier, and he actually is Testadora in the book. And we have, let's see, who else was here? AMINAH. who is just here. She's Blossom the Bee. So it was a lot of fun doing those books. So thank you. We're going to go on to our last presentation for today, and I'll give a little bit of a background. So our next guest is Dr. Danielle Lord, and Danielle was referred to us by Tracy Cram Perkins. You remember that's the book we showed before, Dementia Home Care, and she did that fabulous presentation. So Dr. Lord was a guest on her show. And then I believe she came on A Woman's Prerogative and met Mariska. And then from there, she now is doing her own show. So her show starts next week. And next month, I'm sorry, I'm not going to give the name of the project, but it just goes to show you just never know where the collaborations and connections are going to come from. So I've brought up the screen. Let me just make sure I have the right one. I have so many things open right now. You don't even know. Okay, let me come back here. I'm going to share my screen. We're going to hear Dr. Danielle Lord, and then we're going to call it a day. Let me go back over here.
Critical fundraising deadline. With the election just around the corner.
Hello, good morning. My name is Dr. Danielle Lord, and I am so happy to be part of the USA Global TV and Radio Reunion Show. So I want to talk a little bit about the work that I do and the value that I bring to organizations. So my work has been in organizational development, and it's often a misunderstood term, even within large corporations who use us on a pretty regular basis. So if you look at organizational development and what it is that we do, it will typically tell you that we are change agents. I don't think that term accurately describes what we do. From my perspective, organizational development is an umbrella term that covers so much more than simply change, but certainly organizational change, change management, behavioral change is all lumped under that kind of caveat, if you will. So what do we do? Aside from change management, we provide leadership development, we provide employee engagement strategies and solutions, instructional design. I think I mentioned leadership development. There's so much more that we do that really is about creating human-centered strategies within your organization. So I've been doing this work for 32 years. 30 years of that was done at the corporate level. And for the last 2 years, I've been doing this work on my own as founder and principal of my own organization, Archetype Learning Solutions. So sometimes there's some confusion as Archetype. Why did you name your business Archetype Learning Solutions? It is kind of a long name, the lessons you learn along the way, right? But Archetype really is an individual or very unique thing. And because our organizations are comprised of 2, 5, 100, sometimes 100,000 unique individuals, your organization has unique needs in terms of helping to create human-centered strategies that make your business function at a much higher level than they would if we didn't include some of those human dynamics. In my world and my work and my business, I say I help you attract, train, and retain top talent so that you can develop the organization of your dreams. So considering those 3 banners that I have under that element of attract, I help businesses set up clear processes, procedures that are documented, that are easy to find, and gives every employee a very clear, precise understanding of the work that they're doing. Why is this important? In our organizations, there's oftentimes a lot of confusion about what it is that folks are supposed to be doing. We oftentimes don't set clear expectations. We don't have very clear documented procedures, and that creates a lot of confusion. When one person tells you to do it this way, another person says, no, do it that way. You have maybe a 3rd, 4th, or 5th person saying, oh, no, it's this way, really. So that creates a lot of confusion for our team members. And what happens when everyone's working in that state of confusion? We have constant conflict that cannot be resolved. So what that does is it creates a very toxic, dysfunctional culture that creates stress, frustration, anxiety, low engagement scores. And so you have an organization now where you cannot attract great people. You basically get a whole bunch of warm bodies because nobody wants to exist within that degree of dysfunction. So helping you attract great talent through your very clearly designed, developed, organized procedures goes a very long way in helping to make sure that you have a culture in which you've got great people who want to be working for you. Additionally, it helps organizations break down silos so that we have those interdepartmental functions or units that are clearly communicating together, which also helps the bottom line. So under the banner of train, now I actually really dislike the word training in organizations, but it just sounded better than learning. So under the banner of train, I help your new employees or your new team members, as I like to call them, really harmonize within your organization. So I like the word harmonizing rather than onboarding. I always remind business leaders that we're hiring humans, not bringing on cattle. So we want to make sure that we're harmonizing our entire culture together. So why does that kind of fit under that banner of train? Well, we're actually helping the entire organization learn together through bringing on employees who have never experienced your culture. So we're taking brand new team members and we're putting them into a culture, a system in which they have never experienced before. And under the onboarding process that we typically hear about, we're just leaving it up to them to try and figure it out all on their own. Again, we've got, it's stressful, it's frustrating. And our employees, our team members are making a stay or a go decision within 3 days of coming into your organization. And when they're not experiencing, that feeling of love and respect and support when they're coming in within their first few days, it creates a lot of role stress and role confusion for those new team members. So we want to harmonize. So think of your organization as a whole living system. Getting back to how we document your organization and bring everything together, new employee harmonization is very much the same thing. So we are seeing your organization as a whole living system, a bit like an orchestra, where everyone is working together in harmony to make beautiful music. And so that's really how we bring in new employees through a new employee or new team member harmonizing and create a system in which they can function very clearly from day one. So how do we retain top talent? We at Archetype, we have a unique solution that is an executive retreat called the Everest Experience. It can be either 2 or 3 days, depending on what the executive team needs. And we put you in an experiential event in which the executive team climbs Mount Everest together. In working in teams, we go through an experiential learning event that actually creates what is called emotional attachment. Because there are situations of distress along the way, our team members experience deeper connections with one another as they begin to learn about team dynamics, psychological safety, the difference between management and leadership, change management, and conflict. So among all of the things that are occurring as they climb Mount Everest, within the situations that we've presented, then they begin to compare those to the situations that are occurring within their organization. So not only are they learning new concepts and new tools that aren't typically taught at universities, they're actually bonding together and becoming a stronger team. So that permeates out into the culture because our employees are picking up on the fact that we now have an executive team that's far better bonded. And that strife and frustration and stress that oftentimes they feel as a non-connected executive team can actually permeate within the organizational culture. So our team members do pick up on that stress and strife that they're feeling. But additionally, our new executive team or the existing executive team is actually getting information that's pertinent and real, and they can make real educated and informed decisions about what's impacting the strategic goals. So that is my attract, train, and retain top talent, the 3 banners that I offer within Archetype Learning Solutions. I offer a lot more than that, but those are really the 3 kind of catalysts to helping you have a great organization. Finally, I spend a lot of time talking about employee engagement and the power of employee engagement. We as humans really only require one thing that is completely ubiquitous to all of us. that are humans. And I remind leaders that we do have humans within our organizations. They're not just people. They're not just commodities. We are living, breathing human beings that require one thing, and that ubiquitous thing that we all need is respect. So helping leaders get very clear about what great employee engagement looks like and feels like, and how that impacts your business and your organization. I like to remind leaders that your team members are the bridge between your customers and your revenue stream. So if you have a highly engaged workforce, you're going to have much better income results, happier customers, and it's going to help you create or get to meet your organizational strategic goals much faster. So that's the work that I do in Archetype Learning Solutions. I've done this work for 32 years, and I would love to help you develop and create the organization of your dreams. Thanks so much.
All right. I hear something very loud. Does anyone else hear that? Can anyone hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. All right, perfect. So that was Dr. Danielle Lord, who is joining our team as a TV show host with her new project, which I can't say what it is. What feedback would you like to share with her when she watches the show? Dr. Cham.
Well, I love the fact that Danielle Lord, she takes a team of people in an organization and places them in an uncomfortable place, a place that they're not familiar with. Therefore, I just love the psychology of it. I think it's fantastic. I hope it's going to be covering things like that. That would be great, taking your team out to the wild, into the desert, on Mount Everest. Look how the relationships, how you can build, where normally you had a breakdown of communication and suddenly you're being forced to rely on that person or that. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, I love that enthusiasm. Fantastic.
Love it.
How about you, Robert J. Moore?
Well, I mean, when you take people out and you put them in the uncomfortable zone, it allows growth. Because if you're stuck in the exact same spot, you're banging your head against the wall. The old cliche is you have to break that circle, right? How do you break the circle when you don't know any difference? But so you got me, I've always put myself in the uncomfortable zone and grow.
Yeah, yay. Go team. Thank you. How about April?
I love the fact, I remember we were actually working on a film with John Rhys Davies, and the one thing that the producer that I was working with, he'd always say, the three things that you need to know, April, is just make sure that people know who you are, they remember your name and what you do. And he kept saying, there's no I in team. And it's really true. There is no I in team. And I think as you come together, we've come together, you start forming bonds with people, but you realize even if you are an entrepreneur and you're by yourself, you still cannot do it alone. The team is your team that makes you successful behind the scenes. So teamwork.
That is
true.
Love
Fantastic.
It.
Thank you.
Bring it true, April. Bring it
Yes.
true. Love it. Love it.
All right. Well, we're coming down to the end. I'm going to run one clip for a team member who's not here. He just started with a brand new show. I met him with Al Cini way back in the day at RVN Television. He actually was the pastor for my mother's service that we had recently. And he said, Dr. J, I want to come back. So he did his first show this week. Let's check out his intro trailer that I created. Here we go. USA Global TV and Radio proudly presents Unstoppable Podcast. No matter where you are right now or what circumstances you face, lasting success is within your reach. Starring Ralph Graves Jr., author of the book Unstoppable. Ralph is a pastor, transformational speaker, and consultant. Follow Ralph on social media at Ralph Graves Jr. Unstoppable Podcast Wednesdays on USA Global TV and Radio. You are unstoppable. There you go, Ralph Graves Jr.
Good job, Dr. Jacqueline. Very
Yeah,
nicely done. Love the
amazing.
plug.
Thank you. Thank
Love
you.
it.
All right, I'm going to take a few minutes myself to review a few things. So if you guys want to stay, that would be great. If you don't, I totally understand. But I want to thank you so much for being here. I'll see if you're still here at the end when I'm finished. So I'm going to take about 15 minutes and just spotlight some things here. So I want to thank everyone. It has been quite a journey. I actually got emotional also when I was watching Dianne's presentation because I gave a testimonial and it said, Dr. JACALYN KERBECK, rapping with Dr. JACALYN, founder. And that's how I started out, is rapping with Dr. JACALYN. And that seems so long ago. And so many of the people who have been here today were there in the beginning for rapping with Dr. JACALYN. So as we continue to evolve, I wanted to share a few things. But before I do, I just want to take note of our team members. Dr. Chan, this is her book, Star Child. It's absolutely beautiful. This was a labor of love. I know she worked on this for a very long time before she actually put it out into the world. And I just want to show a few of the characters in the book. So you can see these beautiful beings that she was talking about before. And it just fills my heart because I know how important it is to her that this book is out in the world after all the time that she spent working on it. So there you've got it, Star Child. You can find it on Amazon. Okay, I want to go through a few more. This is Diann Floyd Bain's book, Rise, and she actually has a sequel to this, Rise, A Girl's Struggle for More. And so Diann has written children's books and also young adult, and this is the story of her grandmother, and what they encountered. One of our other team members who's not here, Keith Saltoyanis. He's the founder of the Improv in LA, and this book is all about the improv mindset. So he's got a show here also. It's called The Perfect Podcast Show. And what's so funny about it is that it's never perfect. And so of course, it's not supposed to be perfect, but the whole show is about trying to get it to be perfect, and it's not. Then we have Red O'Laughlin, who was here earlier. This is one of his books. So he actually has done an entire presentation about how you can write and publish your book for free. So tune into his Talking Heads episodes for that. We have a new show that's starting, and this woman is amazing. She's written over 100 books and gotten all kinds of awards. I'm going to show you the graphic for her show. She goes by Angel Sky. Hopefully I have it here. Don't embarrass myself. Her name is Angela Lau. And we've known each other since the very beginning also. And she's an award-winning animator, illustrator, and author. She's also an entrepreneur, and she makes beautiful jewelry and all kinds of ceramics that she's got on her Etsy site. So we're looking forward to her show coming up very soon, starting this month, actually. All right, now I want to just show you a few things about how you can get involved here and what the opportunities are, because we, as I just mentioned, 3 people coming on board just from knowing other people. So I'm going to share my screen now and give you some information. First, we have our YouTube channel. So this is it, USA Global TV and Radio. We're currently at, I think it's just under 38,000. This says 37.8, but I don't think that's right, because believe me, I'm checking multiple times a day. It's 37,893 at the moment. Our goal is to get to 100,000 subscribers. Why is that? Well, I'm all about awards, and YouTube apparently sends you an award in the mail, which how cool is that? And Dr. Chan is the one who told me about this probably a year ago. And I said to her, I can't find anything on it. I don't know if it's actually true. And I doubted my dear friend, and she was right on the money. So she said it to me again yesterday. So we're on a mission to get to 100,000 subscribers. Why? Because the more people who are watching, the more our team members' content is going to be seen, the more opportunities for people to have collaborations. So if you haven't subscribed yet, please go over there. Now, we have a second YouTube channel, and I'm going to explain why. We had a TV show that was on, and we had a co-host, and the guest was supposed to come on. She was someone who had lived with the Guerrillas, and she was going to come on and tell her story. Well, she couldn't make it, so we actually ran the clip of her living with the Guerrillas, and I still don't understand what the problem was, but it's on YouTube, but it was on NBC. It was an NBC documentary, I believe, and YouTube big black screen, emails coming in. I didn't know what it meant. And it meant we're taking your content down because you don't have the right to use it. So that was 2 years ago. Okay. That was freaking me out, if I can be honest with you. So what I did was I went ahead and started a second YouTube channel under my name, which is Dr. JACALYN KERBECK. And until my dear friend Dr. Chan yesterday mentioned this about the subscribers, I thought, you know what? I'm going to put some time and effort and money into this channel. So we're going to have new branding over here. We are going to have somebody doing search engine optimization. I brought him on this morning, actually. So all the shows are on USA Global TV and radio, and they're also on Dr. JACALYN KERBECK. So our team members are getting double exposure on YouTube, which is pretty cool. But people didn't know about the Dr. JACALYN KERBECK. So if you haven't gone there, please subscribe to both of these channels because you're helping everybody on the team, all the guests, all the hosts, all the sponsors. It's all good. It's all about community. All right, I want to go on to our next thing, which is our website. Okay, our website is usaglobaltv.com. And we've shared our mission before. It's all about education, hope, and inspiration. And there are times when there is entertainment also where we're laughing. We used to have a show on where people would come on and do their talent. And that was really fun. We'll probably bring that back. But you can go across the top and you can see what we have. You can see our shows. And I want to bring this up about the Join Us. Okay, this needs to be updated by me. Sorry, it's not Father's Day anymore. So what I did was I listened to what people were interested in, and everybody wants to talk to me. Everybody wants to find out from me what is available. So I thought, let me put something on the website so that's standard, so that people know what are the services that we actually offer. The first is if you already have content, right? Your content's already out there, but you want to be on our platform. Why should you be on our platform, or what benefits do you get? First of all, we're on other people's platforms, right? So we have search engine optimization. We've got a team of 3 people who are on there, and I'm bringing on this other person. And then, of course, we're on E360 TV. We're on Zizzle TV. We're on Roku Worldwide. We're on Amazon Fire. We're soon to be on Apple TV ourselves, even though our partners are already on Apple. So you get all of this additional exposure. So we'll take the content that you already produced and we'll distribute it. You also have the opportunity to host your own TV show. Like I just shared with you, Dr. Danielle Lord is coming on board. Angela Lau is coming on board. So the pricing and what's included is there. We give you the production, we do the marketing, everything is key and turn. So you get the graphic, and then we manage everything for you. You just show up, you do your show. Next is co-hosting a show with me. And this is more expensive. And you might say to yourself, well, why is that? Well, because I've done over 5,000 shows. So I've got a lot of experience. I train people. And it's my goal to have you go out into the world by yourself, like you're a little chicken and you grow up like Dr. Chan. She can run the whole thing herself now. All right, so that's the first thing I wanted to show there. And then we also have some other options. You can be an expert presenter on Talking Heads. As I just mentioned, Mariska is an expert presenter. Dr. Chan's an expert presenter. Red O'Loughlin, Caroline, Diane was. This is where you have 30 minutes to present your expertise. Now, this is not a talk show. It's a presentation. So week after week, Dr. Chan shows up and she provides her insights. She doesn't know exactly what she's going to be talking about typically until 2 days before or the day of, whereas Red has a formal presentation that he's using. So you can have something written down or not written down. It doesn't matter. You're just sharing your expertise. Next, join our panel of women on A Woman's Prerogative. This is a show on Mondays. It's now 2 episodes on Mondays because Mariska's in New Zealand and she's sleeping when we're doing the first episode. But women from around the world are on a panel and we talk about women's subjects. So nobody knows what it's going to be because I have to come up with it every week, not too much pressure. But once I figure out what it is, I let everybody know. And then we go around and have a conversation about it. And of course, you get to promote yourself and your work. We also can do live streaming events for you. We do Live, Learn, Teach, Inspire with Philip Sykes and the British School of Excellence. We do that once a month. And we also did Janetta Barry's program. That was, I think I actually seriously produced for 16 hours in a row in front of this computer. So we can do almost anything that you're interested in. Just reach out to us and let us know. And the last thing is, why not be a sponsor? Why not advertise? We will run your sponsorship on multiple shows every week so that people get exposure to you, and people don't know who you are across the world. They learn who you are, and new people reach out and connect with you. So that's what I wanted to share there. Now let me go over to this other opportunity. Let's say you want to be a guest on our platform. What does that look like? Well, you can see right here, you have the opportunity to schedule 3 interviews with us in 2024. Now, if you are a team member already, you can schedule as many interviews as you want. So how do you become a team member? You take our course, The Power of Elevated Listening. It's a 2-hour online course. It costs you $39 because I want as many people as possible to be able to take it. And then you become a team member and you can be on as many shows as you want. Now, if you're not a team member, sorry, but you're going to have to pay I think it's $35.97. Again, something that's reasonable so that people around the world can join us. We have all of our testimonials. Here it is. If you've already been on 3 times and you're not a team member, you would pay here. Now, if you are a guest and you want your show to be on Roku and it's not already on Roku, because each of the TV show hosts get to decide where their shows are going to stream, you can pay $11.99 to have your show on Roku. We're also on Zizzle TV. Zizzle TV really celebrates ethnicity and diversity. And so Kirk Jimenez, who was on our show on Wednesday, his platform is on 300 different platforms, including Samsung, LG, Binge Networks, Roku, all of the big ones. So you can have your show as a guest on Zizzle for $61.99. All right. You can also purchase an edited copy of your interview where we take out the intro and the outro. We take out the sponsorships. You can also pay for additional search engine optimization. So we are currently optimizing 80 shows a month. That's going to increase, I think, to 120. But let's say you want more authentic views. We only do authenticity here. We're not interested in robots. So that's where you would go for that. So if you want to book on a show, you'll come here to book your session. Now, some of the shows are not available to the public. Let's look at Keith's show. Not open to the public. Does that mean that you in the public can book in? No, it does not. Why is that? Because Keith is looking for people who do improv, and not everyone can do that. If you have a background in that, sure, reach out to me. We'd love to hear from you. Let's look at some of the other shows. So The Wise Ones, that's one of Red's shows. Anyone can book in on that. We have Joseph STETTER, Resume Whisperer and Corporate Culturist. Do you have a background? Are you a business owner, an entrepreneur, and you're going to have something to talk about that interfaces with what Joseph's doing? Reach out to him. Ask him first. So you can find all the information that you need to contact people here. The Corner Bookstore was Diann Floyd Babe's baby, which is amazing. She started with that. And now we have 4 people that are hosting 1 episode a month for the Corner Bookstore. We have a host in Ghana. We've got Red, we've got myself, and we've got Dr. Chan. Okay, then I provide coaching and strategy sessions. I can teach you how to be a global broadcaster, and you can sign up for that there. You can sign up for a free conversation with me for 30 minutes. And then if you're an author and you want to promote your book, and we can do an Amazon Live because I'm an Amazon Live influencer, go ahead and book on the journey of an author. Also, you can come in with me on Hot Topic. Any of the shows that I am hosting myself, my shows, there is a small fee, which is $29.99. And I explained that's because I've done over 5,000 shows. And otherwise, I'd rather be doing something else like producing, to be honest with you. Dr. Chan does the film and music show. So do you have some affiliation with film and music? Are you an artist? Are you someone who's looking to break into the industry? Contact her about being a guest. All right, I mentioned Amazon Live. If you do not have a book, but you have other products or services on Amazon, they must be on Amazon already. Book in with me for an Amazon Live. I had an author reach out to me and book in for Amazon Live, but his book isn't available yet. That's a no-no. Whatever your product or service is, it has to be on Amazon. We have the power of etiquette and manners with Mr. Philip Sykes. He's one of our sponsors as well. And he also does Live, Learn, Teach, Inspire. And then this is our program with Caroline and myself. If you are an elevated listener, if you have taken the power of listening course and you've gotten your certificate, you can come on this show. And we're going to talk all about how elevated listening impacts your life, or maybe you found people in your life who are not listening at an elevated level. How does that impact your life? We also have fashion, travel, and fitness. We have the Be Fit project with Coach B. He's the one I spoke to you about before, Brandon Eckel. That's Joseph Stetter interviewed him, and then Coach B and I had a show to do ourselves together. I told you about A Woman's Prerogative. There it is. If you've got a course, have you created some kind of course that you want to market? Why not do it here on our platform? That's called Have I Got a Course for You? Authentic Achievements with Kim Randall. Kim was with us on Wednesday for our first show for the reunion, and she's over in the UK. She has her own platform, which is called Authentic Achievements, AuthenticAchievements.com. Please feel free to contact her, be a guest here, be a guest there on her platform. It's all good. Tracy CRAM Perkins, she's the creator and founder of Dementia Home Care. We talked about that earlier. If you have a loved one, someone who's suffering from dementia, go ahead and book in. If you're someone who provides expertise in this area, same thing, book in. We also have the United Kingdom News and Culture with Ian Pelham Turner, Helena Shard, Simon McDonald, Dianne Floyd Boehm, and myself. And we have Food and Our Emotions, which Red and I did a 12 series on Food and Our Emotions, which was all about various diets. And we have Talking Peace Around the World. That show is really in demand at this point in time because there's so much going on. Daisy Gidding is the one who founded that one. We also have the Energy Show, where we have people who are healers, energy workers coming onto that. And then I mentioned already Coexistence and Sustainability with Pet Psychic AMINAH. If you feel that you have something to share, or even if you want to have your pet interviewed, so to speak, you can come onto that show with us. We'd be happy to have you. Roland Friedel, my dear friend, who is literally driving across Europe in his motorhome. He and I have this show together, the Mallorca Connection. And really the basis of that is he was living on the island of Mallorca for years. And he decided that he had had enough and he just wanted to get in his luxury motorhome, leave everything behind. And so he did. I think he's been traveling in his motorhome with his dog and cat for 2 years now. Roland and I also do It's Your Healthy Lifestyle. He and I are both Juice Plus distributors, and he's been taking Juice Plus for, I think he's been taking, I forget if it's 30 or 40 years. It's a long time, and he looks pretty darn good. I started taking it 1.5 years ago, and my hair is growing like weeds. It's skin, everything is working at a high level, and I really attribute it to Juice Plus. So we talk about what you need to do for your healthy lifestyle, not just about supplementation, but we also interview guests to help us have a better understanding of how to live longer. Roland and I also do the Planet Earth Show, where we talk about the oceans, we talk about the environments. We've had many interesting shows just bringing awareness to Earth and to our planet and how we can be proactive, just like with AMINAH, with Coexistence and Sustainability. I also host the Business Talk Show. It's no wonder I'm so tired. At the Business Talk Show, where we welcome entrepreneurs from around the world to share their stories to help other people be inspired. A new show that we have, thanks to Dr. Chan and the introduction to Dr. Jamie Long, is Spread Your Wings TV show. Jamie did his first episode 2 weeks ago. I think he'll be coming back this next week. And he's had an incredible story, like Robert, overcoming so many things. It seemed like even recently he's had to overcome more things. Things just keep presenting themselves. And this man just, get out of my way. I'm coming through. I mentioned about you our new guest, Angela Lau, about her book. This is her show, Dreams Came True with Angela Lau. She's over in Macau, by the way, China. And so that show you can also book in on, but I think she's already booked. Another newcomer is The Holistic Alternative with Julie Mejia. And Julie did her first episode. I don't remember if it was this week or last week. It was fantastic. So she has helped me. I've had wrist problems, I think, from teaching so many fitness classes. And she's got some patented products. And she sent me 2 of them. And I put this cream on my wrist, and it took the pain away almost immediately. And then this, of course, was our reunion show. So that's old news. So that's what we have in terms of shows. So I hope that I've made it easy to understand. Go book in, put your information in there. And again, 3 interviews a year so that other people can get on, unless you're part of the team. And you're part of the team, come on as much as you want. We'd love to see you. All right, a few more things I'm going to share, and then I'm going to stop talking. I want to share one of our other websites, which is all about our listeners. So this website is theelevatedlisteners.com. Now, you can get to this website. You can get to any of our websites from usaglobaltv.com. So the purpose of this website is to really celebrate our VIP listeners. So what does that mean? That means that there's certain people who are elevated listeners who've gone above and beyond in their work in helping other people. And so we get to feature them here. So here's the information. We've got our partners, and then we've got our team of VIP listeners. And why wouldn't I be there, right? I'm the one teaching people to listen. I love the hairstyle, by the way. But we've got Red, myself, we've got Philip Sykes, we've got Caroline HEWARD, and then we've also got a number of other people. So this, you can come here and you can see them and you can find out their story and what they've been doing. There's my beautiful sister right there, Debbie Wilson. Janetta Barry, she was with us for a long time. She just came back onto A Woman's Prerogative. I already told you about Mariska. And so there you have that. There's more people on there. I don't have time to go there right now. Okay, the next thing I want to share with you is about the amazing adventures of Lady Ella. So I just shared with you, Lady Ella is the star of our books. And then you can come here and you can learn about her amazing adventures in the book. So we have the book series. We've got coloring books. We've got activity books. And then the next book in the series, the second series, is The Magical Adventures of Lady Ella and Her Superpowered Friends. So in this one, Lady Ella actually transforms. You can see her here. She transforms after Mother Earth says that the snakes are uprising in the Congo, and the snakes are trying to take it over to say none of the other creatures are welcome there. So Lady Ella transforms herself by going into this time machine, and she comes out. She's much bigger because as a little butterfly, what's she going to do? I mean, a little ladybug, what's she going to do? And she meets with her friends, and so they save the world, and they get the snakes to understand that it's not just about you, it's about all of us. So all the books are featured here, so you can go there if you wanted to purchase any of the books, or you can go to Amazon. And then the last, actually there's 2 more websites I'm going to show you. You're going to be sick of me already, I know. All right, the next one is my personal brand, which is drjacalyn.com. Okay, so on this website, which, believe it or not, this is where the whole thing started when it was Rapping with Dr. Jacalyn. The only website was drjacalyn.com, and people came here to book in to be on the TV shows. And then as we got bigger and bigger and I got partners, they said you really need to separate your personal brand from your business brand from the TV platform. And so that's what I did. So over here, what you can find are some really cool things. Of course, we have our newest Lady Ella book. She joins the gym. And it became a #1 new release, like all of our Lady Ella books. And my other books are either all #1 new releases or #1 bestseller on Amazon. So we have products. Yeah, look at that. Dr. Jacalyn bracelets, shirts, you name it. And then, of course, all the books are featured here. And then this part is so special. This is where, when you become an elevated listener, we feature your certificates. So I want to show some of them. Get certified. Okay. So you take the 2-hour course. These are our VIP elevated listeners, like I showed you on the other website. And wow, look at that. Hey, Abe, there you are. All right. So you get your headshot and you also get your certificate. There's April's certificate there. And so you can use the certificate on your websites or wherever it is that you, LinkedIn, even, so that people know that you know how to listen at an elevated level. And believe me, it makes a big difference. All right. Thank you to all of our elevated listeners. And the last thing I want to show you over here under services. So I offer life, career, executive, and interview coaching. I can't even speak. So if you would like to learn how to be an expert broadcaster, you can hire me. I've already worked with numerous people on our team. And many times I find that even though someone is in the public domain and they're used to speaking, when it comes to interviewing other people, they feel very insecure. So they work with me. I teach them everything from the green screen, all the technology, as well as what are the skill sets you need to be an expert when it comes to broadcasting. And of course, don't we know that listening at an elevated level is also very valuable? All right, this coming Tuesday, I'm sorry, let me go through this. Press release. If you need a press release written, we can do that for you. So you can see here what's included. If you're interested, reach out for more information. And then of course, we have our client testimonials. We love when our clients take our courses. It means so much. And here's some other packages that we offer. This is the Podcaster Pro package. You get one-on-one coaching. You also get the 2-hour course that I didn't talk about yet, The Art of Being a Professional Interviewer. And you get the listening course, and then you get membership as an elevated listener. So you can go here. You can book these things. These are also the courses that Madeline was referencing before. They're on this website. And then I'm going to show you where else they are. So let me stop here. And let me go to this next place. All right. And we talked a little bit earlier about giving things away. And so when it comes to these courses, I feel like the pricing is crazy. But why is it so crazy? Because we want as many people as possible to take the course. So this is the Power of Elevated Listening. This is the book. Of course, you can see it's $199 to take the course that's 2 hours that includes role plays, but not for you who are watching or listening. We have a promo code. If you're interested, I'll drop it into the chat so that you can pay $39 and become a member of our team. All right. Also, I want to show you where the other courses are. It's the same link, but it's actually collections. So, whoops, says that's not right. Okay, let me come back over here. Let me come over here and get my own link that I already shared. All right, so on this link that I'm going to share with you, that is where you can take the courses that Dr. Chan and I have worked on, the courses that Dr. Chan did herself, and then the courses that I've done myself. Where is the link? Here it is. It is collections. It's drjacalyn.thinkific.com/collections. Okay, so that's where you can go to take those courses. Now, the last thing I want to leave you about when it comes to listening is this is my calling card. This is my business card, Mastering the Power of Elevated Listening. This book is filled with testimonials and case studies about listening. And I'm going to give you just an example. But first, I want to let you know that there are actually quizzes in here. So you think you're a great listener, and maybe you are. I'm not here to debate it with you. But you can actually take the pre-assessment of your listening skills. And we basically find out where are you today versus where you want to be. And at the end, there's another test to see how you did. And then I'm looking for that right now. And then we send you the results and let you know how you've done. So this is quiz number 2. You can also take different quizzes on our website, usaglobaltv.com. You'll see at the bottom, I think of every section, there's a place where you can take the quiz. Why is this so important? Because as Diann Floyd-Bain mentioned before, inner peace, so important. World peace, priceless. What is it that we see? I don't care if you're in the United States or where you are, people screaming at one another, people judging one another, people looking at you like they're listening, and the whole time they're thinking, I can't stand her. I don't like what she represents. I don't like what she's saying. And we're no longer listening. So I encourage you to take it upon yourself to learn how to listen at an elevated level. Okay, next, I just want to give a shout out to the Crohn's Colitis Foundation. They're having their Take Steps walk. I believe it's tomorrow. It will be the first time I'm not there. But I wrote this book, Blonde, Sexy, and Hot as Shiite, Beauty, Brains, and Ulcerative Colitis. This is about my journey of living with an incurable disease for the last 34 years. And the illustrations, oh, I just saw it's dedicated to my little mother. Anyway, the illustrations were done by the same guy who did the children's books. And you can see here, this is my mom and I when we went to University of Pennsylvania, and the doctor told me that I had ulcerative colitis. He said it's an incurable chronic disease. And I remember thinking that nobody would ever love me. And until I found the Crohn's Colitis Foundation in 2018, I really believed that. So they really saved my life. And so if you're out there, you have some kind of chronic illness, don't be in silence. I'm getting all upset. Okay, don't be alone. Don't think that nobody cares, because people do care. You just got to reach out and realize that you are not a disease. You may have a disease, but you're not a disease. You have a lot to give in this world. All right, I'm going to close it out now. I'm going to say thank you to everyone for listening. Thank you to everyone who's been here today. It's been an absolute pleasure. And I hope that you will open your heart, open your voice, and find your passion. Find whatever it is that drives you. Reach out to our team members who are here today, who are here Wednesday, who are here all the time, because they're here for you as well. We are a community. Thank you very much. We're closing out now. Bye.